Hello, I'm Leathur Rokk, and I hope you can hear me. This is Garfield. I want you to see something. Got a fan on. We are having a heat wave here. I know it makes it harder for you to hear me, but I have to think of my comfort and my happiness. It makes me sick to not be able to create content when I want to. Every day I want to be filming. I have so much to say, and it makes me sick that I can't be where I want to be. It makes me sick that my equipment is not good enough for some of you to hear. And there's so many things I want to say. And if you can't hear me, if you can't turn on closed captioning, or if you can't make an effort, I don't know what to tell you. After 12 and a half years with this, I don't feel I owe too many explanations. It's not easy doing what I do day in and day out for years. And I'm not saying I don't enjoy it, I do, but it's not as easy as it looks. Okay? Hey, Brydazzle. I hope I say your name right. I always feel like I'm kind of screwing up, you know? Let me get my stein so I can have a drink. They're so great. You put them in the freezer for like an hour, and it's like it's full of ice, but it's not. And it keeps it just cold. And this is just, I'm thirsty. I like to put lemon juice in this. Did what work? I didn't do anything except blow at it. I don't know if you can even hear me. I did try to do a microphone test in the windows, and I couldn't hear it. But I didn't turn off the fan. It's too hot to not be with the fan. It is so hot. I have both windows open. I even have the windows open in the grow room, and there's no screen in one. Really? I don't understand this. But maybe somebody in the playback is going to come and tell me they can't hear me. And one of the things that really sucks through all this is I've had people who I've talked to for years on in my early days as a YouTuber, when I was still on Google Plus, friends that I made through the cat rescue community. And lately they were telling me about a video that could not hear me. And when I would try to explain to her that I was doing the best that I could, and she got angry, said, okay, I tried unsubbing. And it's like, this happened 3 different times by people that got angry with me, I guess because maybe my typing tone of voice or something. Now, you should know me by now. I don't waste time with being politically correct. I think it's better to kind of try to be honest, say what you feel, and try to articulate yourself as best as possible. But there's inadvertently, some people are going to be offended. And occasionally, my words have hurt people, and it hasn't been my intention. Especially if I feel, we all have our insecurities. And sometimes I feel like I'm this white trash woman who most of it. I was telling somebody a couple hours ago that I feel like most of the white people I know are these higher class people, and I feel like I'm not saying I really think I'm white trash, but I kind of feel like I am in comparison to so many of my contemporaries, and that kind of sucks. It's kind of like if your family's a renter and everybody else are homeowners, and you don't know, you're not aware of the distinctions when you're a kid, but when you grow up and you look back, you realize that maybe you were treated a little different than other people in your neighborhood. And sometimes this translates into being a content creator. When sometimes one day I woke up and I realized, wait, a lot of my audience, I know that everybody, every walk of life from everywhere in the world can be on the internet and be on YouTube and watch these videos and stuff. But the people who we talk to are very diverse people, all different kinds of people. And sometimes I just feel a little bit on the poor side. And usually I keep that to myself, but every now and then I might make some kind of sarcastic comment. And again, not trying to be rude, like especially when I'm talking to people in the cat rescue community and talking about the subject of how expensive veterinary care is. And when people talk about all the vet bills, how expensive it was to get these tests done and all this stuff, and I have felt tremendous guilt because I have not been able to afford all the fancy stuff since I had a diabetic cat and my mom had a good casino job, and we were able to afford all the vet visits, and insulin, of course, was probably the least expensive of the cat's needs. But still, we had the money to do it. And after he died, and I had the cats that I had that you saw on my channel, and Cassie, I didn't even know that she was sick. And Tabby Boy, when he went downhill really bad. And I don't believe in euthanasia because to me it's murder, even though I'm pro-choice as far as humans go figure. But it's how I feel. And there are occasionally times when I have talked about this to people, and when they're talking about how expensive things are, and I made some kind of off the cuff remark. I forget exactly what it was I said, but I think I hurt somebody's feelings. And I felt terrible about that because I was just not trying, I was not attacking, I wasn't trying to be rude, even though I probably was. But I was thinking about how the regrets I already had that I wasn't able to do better by my cats. And, oh, I do believe the tax cuts for billionaires are important because let's face it, it's not poor people like me that are able to get jobs and hire people and influence communities by building properties and making big change that way. But if I had, let's say I was a billionaire, then I could be hiring lots of people. I could be doing big things with my life. I could use my money and my company's money to affect good change, to do things to help with our environment, to help animals, to do more spay and neuter programs, maybe to lobby different municipalities, try to encourage them that TNR is the way to go, that if you just take cats and stray dogs for that matter out of their environment, there's this thing called the vacuum effect, and other stray dogs and cats will come back because there's food sources, there will be females to reproduce with. So catch and kill does not work. Trap, neuter, return does work. And I'm sure most of it. But these are some of the things I care about. And again, I have many things that I care about that might not all necessarily go together, especially considering that I am a Republican, but I have a few so-called left-wing views. But still, for the most part, I know that I veer toward the right. And I don't have a problem when it comes to voting because I still am firmly believing that Donald Trump is the best person and the person that we need, especially when you consider what's going on with our border right now. How many young girls need to be strangled to death and raped for them to do something? There are so many families that are tearing their hair out now because of what's happening to a wife, a mother, a daughter. It's disgusting. And we have an administration that won't say the names. That's disgusting. And we have a district attorney, that brag asshole, that's dropped the charges and all those pro-Palestinian kids that were taking over the college campuses in New York City. Oh yeah, they dropped the charges on them. And now I understand was it UCLA, Los Angeles? They did not drop the charges on the pro-Israel people that tried to stand up to them. If this does not bother every thinking, feeling human being, regardless of your political affiliation and your religion, I don't know what is. There seems to be a very disgusting, strong anti-Jewish, anti-Israel bias that should make all of you disgusting. Disgusting. But we're talking about World War II all over again. And I'm a Gentile. I don't have a dog in a hut, but I am a Zionist. So I don't understand why everybody doesn't love Israel and support Israel. And that's another thing I love about President Trump. He'll seal the goddamn borders, and he won't be giving us wishy-washy, lackluster support to Israel. I don't know what happened between Biden and Netanyahu, but for them to cancel a meeting, and if the state of Israel feels that we've been monkeying around with giving them the arms they need to defend themselves, especially in light of what happened October 7th. And this is truth. No cheap fake about this. Anybody that refuses to acknowledge the atrocities that happened October 7th. It makes me shudder just to think about it. If anybody is willing to torture another human being, it's disgusting. I don't understand. I would never condone such a thing. I never have condoned such a thing. My channel doesn't. Decent guy. Hello, how you doing? Uh, can you see my N95 mask? You know what? I did have a couple of different color ones because I had to dig through some luggage and it was there. Let me see. Like my socks. Oh, where is that? Oh, I might have a few masks stashed in here. Even though the only place I would think to wear one now would be on the bus. If I'm taking a bus and it's not just a city bus, why not avoid other people's duties? Okay, I got this, the aura. I do want help. I want to ride to Philly. Shit. All the people that you can't tell me I'm the only abroad in Atlantic City, New Jersey that wants to go to see Trump. And I've been talking about it on Facebook, and I understand people have lives and things they got to do. But you would think out of all the people on my friends list, one person say, "Yeah, I'm going that way." Hello, I can offer up some gas money, but you know what? You hear crickets. It's like, what am I even on Facebook for? It's not like I'm in a habit of asking people for favors. I occasionally talk about my computer issues, again, because it's called communication and it's called people do have a right to talk about their lives, you know. Silent Siren Melinda. Hi, I'm reading what you said here. I would love to see your clothes and jewelry. Notice it says Jew in the word jewelry. Uh, I kind of distracted myself. I just realized I have something in one of my jewelry bags. I can dig for it without making a big mess. Of course, making messes seems to be what I do, unfortunately. And I realize it's not that I have too much stuff, it's that I don't have closets, you know. And the thing is, when I get that school bus that I want to get, how the heck am I going to make enough closet space in it and have a wall that I could do my turnaround so that I can still do my videos and stuff? So I could do some in studio videos and other outside stuff. This was really cheap. This was under $3. And even though I know cheap fake gold tarnishes after a while, still the the fake crystals will still be sparkly. And something I want to show you. I thought for sure I have something. Oh, here's something else. This is from Steven Singer Jewelers. This is supposedly sterling silver, but I kind of don't believe it is. But years ago, a couple years after 9/11 happened, on the Glenn Beck radio show, Steven Singer Jeweler was offering a practically free pin, and I sent for it. I forget how much it was. It was really, 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 really cheap. But anyway, I think some of the proceeds may have even gone to some 9/11 firefighters support charity or something. Thank you, Silent Siren. It's like I give a damn about what I give a damn about, you know? And like anybody else, we have our causes that we care about, and I both have things I care about, but I'm also superficial enough to admit that I love beautiful things. It's so hard to get in the frame, right? These were from wish.com. I love hands to hands. I really am drawn to the symbols. I love pyramids. I love Egyptian stuff. I love Hindu stuff. I love Ganesha. Uh, I love Krishna. There's oh, you guys saw this, right? This has something very special in it. When we had our total lunar solar eclipse last month, a couple months ago, I took 10 crystals, my 10 biggest ones, and I stuck them out on the sand, and I kind of did a charge thing, even though I was a little bit distracted because I was also making a video at the time, and there was a group of young ladies talking 5 feet from me in Spanish, which I don't care what the language is. The fact that you have a whole huge fucking beach and you got to be 5 feet from me. But you know what? I never said anything about it because I didn't want to be rude, because I felt that they had a right to see something that they wouldn't have even realized was going on if I hadn't had the special sunglasses. And I let them all see it. And I let them take pictures of it through their fancy iPhones. Heck, they got better pictures of it than I did. Maybe I should have asked somebody to email me a picture, but you know what? Because I take crappy pictures with this webcam. But anyway, I have 10 charged crystals. Oh, I don't want to drop anything on this floor. Yeah, because I would have to soap and water wash it to get the bungees off. You know, the reason why I have a towel on the floor here is to encourage my cat to get on the towel. And you do know that Garfield is now officially my cat for real. I took him in off the street. Once I saw that he could use a litter box and the people I live with are fine with him. That took some time, you know, but I hope you guys are 18 or older, because I might be doing some adult things in a few minutes. Especially right now, because I'm really pissed off that I'm not in Philadelphia. It's like maybe I don't want it bad enough, but I am worried about my physical safety. I got the directions from the AI, this Copilot AI that's built into my Windows computer. You know, I film using a laptop, right? So it has this AI thing, which I don't totally trust anyway, because sometimes when I ask for the UV rays, I have to be very careful about the UVs. And I ask for just the hourly UV things. And sometimes it says, I can't tell you that information, but they give you sites where I can look it up. It's like, if you can't tell me something as simple as what the forecast for the UV is hour to hour, which usually the Weather Channel has, or weather.com, or the different things, this is an important thing for people who are very sensitive to the sun. The sun killed my father. I've told you this 100 times. He had 8 skin cancers cut off of him before he died, and the last 2 metastasized to his lungs and his pancreas. And so I learned when I was 2 years old, I had a sun poisoning. It was 2, little girl, little redhead little girl, got this terrible blistering sunburn that it was red, and it had these, it looked like I had VD on my skin. It was like the pus-filled blisters, and it hurt, and it just sunburned me. And you see, I got these freckles, which I wish I didn't have. But I'm doing all this Asian skincare. Not that it's doing any good. It doesn't help with the wrinkles. I don't think anything helps, short of Botox and plastic surgery, which I can't afford. But I found a use for this basket. I want to turn this so you can see my Trump thing. But here, take this out so I don't inadvertently skewer myself or snag on my piercings or something. And you saw this? See, it's got a heart on his little footsie. This is an eyeliner. This is a hand cream, supposed to smell like blueberry. I like Hawaii things. I like Japan, even though I've never been there. I think I would fall in love with Tokyo and Harajuku fashions and the Gothic Lolita, even though I do like the shorter hemlines. At this point, I mean, I know that he's not perfect, and I know that there have been some allegations that maybe I'm not going to say anything bad about him, but I will say this, that just like, okay, the whole abortion issue, when we lost Roe, it bothered me greatly. I can't stress enough that I was traumatized and sickened by that and disgusted by that. And I got a couple pro-choice shirts in the other room, by the way, but I would not wear them anywhere near the Trump people because they would think I was an enemy, and I'm not. I never thought we would lose abortion access in our lifetimes. And like I was talking to a friend of mine on Facebook a couple hours ago, Louisiana. Okay, let me get this right. They put the 10 Commandments are mandated to be in all the schools from kindergarten through any colleges that get federal money. Okay, and they have to be in big letters that are easy readable font. And didn't they take away abortion entirely in the state of Louisiana? Also, as far as the school performance goes, Louisiana ranks number 49 out of 50. And little girls and women still keep on getting raped. And we have a porous border that I blame Joe Biden and people like Alejandro Mayorkas, Homeland Security Chief, just seem to think it's okay. Oh, let them in, let them in, let them in. We don't know who the hell's here. We don't know what crimes they may have been guilty of in other places. Who strangles and rapes and murders little girls and women, beats people up, women up, rapes them when they're out for a jog in Maryland or Virginia or Texas or California. And this is going on. And look at all the crime increased in Manhattan. I have friends that live and work in New York City. You know what? I don't feel too groovy about going there anytime soon unless I knew I would be safe. Oh, you know, just because you don't live here doesn't mean you don't have a right to think about what's going on in other countries. It's like, I don't live in Canada and I have a few things to say about Justin Trudeau. But that said, he's a good looking guy. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of his policies, but he's cute as fuck. But sometimes I just want to smack him, man. But you probably think of that as some of our leaders too. And I remember when we had George W. Bush, all the people hated on him. They hated on him. They hated on him. And now he's finally getting some respect after how he dealt with what happened with 9/11. And George W. Bush is what turned me GOP. But it was not easy at first because being this pro-choice woman who identifies as a feminist, and I understand certain aspects of the Me Too movement, and having been a victim of violence throughout my life, I certainly sympathize with wanting to be heard and believed if in fact you're telling the truth. But sometimes people do lie. And all of us, regardless of sexual orientation, gender, whatever, has loved a man, whether it's your father, whether it's a son, whether it's a brother, whether it's a good friend. And how would you feel if you knew that they were innocent and somebody falsely accused them of something like rape? That's terrible. Falsely accusing somebody, you can ruin a person's career, ruin their reputation, destroy their life. And there are some women who do that to some men. Anybody accusing anybody falsely of anything, it's disgusting. Because you destroy people's lives and it's not fun. And yet it's terrible also when you know that something's happened to you and nobody believes you, or people who are afraid to come out because a person's powerful. You could see that happening with some of these rap stars lately. Having experienced domestic violence before and knowing what it's like to have to find a way to keep people from lying, because that can destroy careers of people. Look what they tried to do to Justice Kavanaugh. And I'm convinced that he didn't do those things. Then when he cried on the stand and he talked about how he was still a virgin in college, I mean, that was kind of cringeworthy. But do you really think a man would lie about that? I mean, it was not easy to watch. And when I was in Washington, D.C., I was hanging out a while there when it was actually sort of kind of safe. But still, when the people were starting to hunt us down, us Trumpers, the BLM people and Antifa especially were going after us. But I saw all kinds of stickers, anti-Trump, anti the Supreme Court, anti, and a lot of lies and statements were made that weren't true. And you see why it would not be right for Washington, D.C. to be a state, in my opinion. Okay, you got Puerto Rico and you got Washington, D.C., who both would love to be states. And if they did, they would be our 51st and our 52nd state. The only problem is now we have a balance of pretty much even Republicans and Democrats as far as the Congress and the Senate and all that bullshit. And if those two protectorates, or whatever you want to call them, would become real states, they would become Democrats and we would lose our balance. And that wouldn't be right. That could throw elections. That would mean that they would get electoral college votes. It would fuck up the elections, and it would give the Democrats too much of an edge. And it seems to be that it'd be better to keep things as evenly split as possible, so that when it comes time for the voting, assuming the voting is tabulated correctly, I better be careful what I talk about this. YouTube did try to shut me down. No, but he's going to have a debate, President Biden, in a couple of days. My mom just asked me a few minutes ago what day it was, and I couldn't tell her. I know that one of the judges, I think in Georgia or whatever, postponed indefinitely a trial for him so that he could at least do his campaigning and do his rallies and things. This is election season, and regardless of how you feel about a candidate, they do have a right to do their campaigning. And another thing I want to talk about this campaign. We have a third party candidate of note, and he's a Kennedy, RFK Jr. Why? Can somebody please tell me why President Biden will not give him Secret Service protection? He's a Kennedy. The Kennedy family has gone through so much through the years. Look at what happened to JFK. Look what happened to his brother. You've got all kinds of hateful people that have no problem with threatening our heads of state and our candidates and our families, and he deserves protection. Why he's being forbidden this protection? He's not like a member of the Green Party or one of them, or the Socialist Workers Party, or one of the more obscure parties that would get like 1/4 or 1/2 or 1% of the votes or what have you. If any of you remember when we had Ross Perot as a third party candidate, and that actually, he got enough votes from both sides to influence election. I really do not believe America is at the place yet where we can have successful multiple parties. We're not like Israel, that has what, 5 or 6 parties, and in the Knesset they all get a vote. And Likud is my favorite, by the way. And I am a fan of Bibi Netanyahu, and whatever scandal they're trying to accuse him of, I choose not to believe he's guilty. But then again, when you're a fan of somebody, you want to think the best of them, right? But I'm going on. But would any of you? I love mice. And do you remember the bird that I had? I have a problem, and it involves the garden. I'd been doing content filming in the garden. I have 2 cats buried in the garden and countless mice I buried in the garden, and I even let a few go. Of course, now with the dog there, that's not possible. Some things happened, and I am not going in the garden anymore. I think maybe that might warrant its own video, or maybe I could just tell you the story now. But for this, I really need to inhale some wacky tobacco. Is that okay with you? If you're under 18, you shouldn't be here. If you're babysitting them, cover their eyes and cover their ears. Now, this fan Okay, I'm taking it, turn it off for a minute. You know, we have dealers and gang members and all kinds of people hang out across the street. They got some shady trees, and they have literally pulled up. There's a lawn chair. There's one of my mother's beat up and trashed recliner rocking chairs. A couple milk crates out there, and you've got like 6 or 7 gang type people hanging out there. A couple of people nodding out on heroin or whatever, hanging out. You know that thing where you're sitting down and you're hanging down and you're just really out of it. Where you ask you wonder if you should go with some Narcan and revive somebody. Oh, I hate it when I go and pick up what I think is a bud and it turns out to be petrified bird shit. Uh, the last 2 bowls I've been using, they got real clogged and I couldn't clean them out. That's the thing about these glass pipes. They're real hard. Even if you use a real good safety pin and you dig them out and stuff. And I've never been successful using the alcohol method. Plus, who wants to waste all that alcohol, you know? But clean this out. I believe in screens. A lot of people are anti-screen. Well, sorry about that, but screens really do help to keep things from clogging. Now, this pipe is a little different than my other pipes because it actually is a little bong and it has water in it. Carb holes here. But what I don't like about this is it should have been bent this way. I inadvertently burned my nose with it. And that sucks. You know, I catch my nose hairs on fire. I'm really afraid of heating up my, you know. And this is a screw. It's a, what do you call it? A spiral nose ring. But what I'm going to do is, and I don't know if you can even see this. I wish I could zoom this. I see my mess. You know, I think the ship sailed on that years ago. I can't help it. You know, as much as I pack up things, I pack up my clothes, right? I have them all protected. I go to a bag where I have my bras, right? And the mice got in it, and there are all these mouse turds. And so I had to take the bras and wash them by hand, mind you. The thing that most people don't understand about mice is unless you put diapers on them, they are going to piss and shit everywhere. And, you know, who wants that in their underwear? So if you don't have things wrapped in plastic and then in a box. And I try not to use cardboard. I'd rather use plastic because cardboard can be eaten by cockroaches and nobody wants that. You know, they like cellulose. Plus, paper's not waterproof. I'm so hot without this fan. I bet most of you guys have air conditioning, huh? Except maybe in Canada. I don't know. I watch Canada on TV and it just seems so cold in these remote places. But Toronto seems really intriguing. And what's the other real exciting place? It has all the clubs, all the fetish clubs, and the gothic clubs, and the industrial clubs, and the clubs where they wear rubber and latex, and probably have foam parties and all that groovy stuff. Oh God, what's this? What's this city? I can't fucking think. Yeah, and I'm not even stoned right now. But okay, here's my issue with this. It's really hard not to get burned. I can't even get it dragged. I burned my nose. Fuck. I fucking need this, man. I mean, I don't need it, but you know what? It's only a tiny bit of water. It feels like it's too much water. Not in the mood for fucking bog water here. Fuck. Excuse me. Oh, this isn't about anything. But look at the book I found outside. It's supposed to be a children's book put out by Walt Disney Company, and it's all about how theater productions are made. I don't have kids or anything. If I did, I would probably share it with them. But I think even a grown up could learn a whole bunch of stuff. Plus, it's not in tiny, tiny, tiny font that you need a microscope to read. Um, and this could be simplistic, but this has some all kinds of pictures and diagrams and all kinds of stuff. And this is actually put out by Disney, and you know, it's got stage notes in it and stuff. And I think this would go along with a book that I have that's about how to do stage production and stuff. That I actually, a book that I actually got at a dollar store about 10 years ago that I thought would be useful, even though I can't see myself uh, working doing that stuff. But I don't know. Maybe I always figured that you could learn some of that skill set when you're doing your own rock videos or something. Plus, I still see corollaries between. See, I was into film acting and TV acting when I lived in Los Angeles. And the great thing about that kind of acting is it doesn't require all the memorization that theater acting does. And if you don't have a great memory, probably you shouldn't be an actor in the first place. But if you're just doing mostly background work and 5 lines or less, then you don't have to have a great memory, you know. Oh yeah, fracking. Yeah. In Oklahoma, where they were doing pumping water in part of the fracking process, I understand, involves pumping water back underground, and I think that forces the oil out. When you put water, replace water in where the water table is, it actually causes seismic activity, and earthquakes build on each other. I lived in California for 16 years, so I am no stranger to earthquakes. But if you're in an area that's not known for them, they could be scary and unexpected. When we had an earthquake that was the epicenter was in Washington D.C. in 2011 or 2012. At the time, my mom had been working at the Trump Taj Mahal Casino, but that was her day off of work. It was a Tuesday, and she was sitting on her bed, and it's her day off. I was home, and she asked me if that was an earthquake, and because we where we live, sometimes for a while there, the trucks, whenever they would go down our street, they would make the house shake. But the city did something, some repairs or something, and it's not as hollow anymore, so they don't shake as much. But it was shaking, and it was like a train. It was like that, and it felt seismic, but it didn't go like that or anything like that. But it's the earthquakes that go like that, or the ones that you don't know how fast you're going to be. Those can be scary. My first earthquake was, oh, if I start telling you years, you're going to think I'm ancient. But I hadn't even been in LA a full year when I first went out there when I experienced my first earthquake. And I felt them to be very fascinating. Unless you're frying on acid, in which case they will be scary. And don't ask me how I know. Said I didn't miss too many parties in California, and I'm not going to be ashamed about it, and I'm not glorifying it, but for the most part, I think I got out when the getting was good. But I was lucky because I knew a lot of people that didn't make it, that they OD'd or they did other drugs though. I didn't stick needles in my arm. Some things that I did, I only tried a couple of times. I was careful about things. But what was really dangerous is that alcohol. And I'm gonna have 20 years sober in November. Alcohol scares me more than picking up anything else because alcohol was too easy to get. When COVID closed everything down, they didn't close the liquor stores here. I got if I had a really strong fast throw, I could hit 4 liquor stores from here. There are so many, not to mention the fact that all the casinos just practically pour free liquor to anybody. Getting a drink would have been the easiest thing during COVID. And even okay, when there was a time when the casinos were closed, but the liquor stores were still open. And there were a couple of times when even I felt kind of lonely and isolated, but I never went. To me, that would be the ultimate. I just don't care if I fuck up my life. I give up. I don't care about my future. If I were to pick up a drink, that would be no. That would be no. So if you ever see me using stemware around the house, there's no alcohol in it. You know, it just hurt me. Wait a minute, Philippus Aurelius. Oh, I think your name is wow. Theophrastus Borobastus Vohenheim. I'm sure I fucked that up terribly. Um, yes, the frequency. You know what? Um, as far as the homosexuality comment, that is a natural thing. We can argue on what the percentage is, and I do believe that you shouldn't discount this thing called social contagion. When children are exposed to beliefs when they're not even conscious of being sexual, it puts ideas in people's head. And I think that really, and pop culture and people's talking, and with the advent of the internet where it facilitates communication. And sometimes I don't know what's organic and what isn't a social contagion, but I do believe that some things that said are natural. But I also do believe, even though nobody asked me how I feel about the subject, I don't believe that any schools have the right to take kids away from the parents, put puberty blockers on them, or otherwise do things against the parents' knowledge, have them change pronouns and not let the parents know. There are occasionally times when, yes, children are genuinely trans and maybe there is abuse, and children always need to be protected from abuse. I agree. And sometimes people who have religious fanaticism can be abusive and intolerant. I agree. And I'm not making excuses for people that are like that. But that said, I had a dream when I was 6 that I gave birth to a litter of kittens. Children should not, even though you listen to them and you respect them and you love them, you cannot depend on them to know exactly what their life is going to be, and to be making decisions that you cannot go back to, that you cannot reverse surgeries, that you cannot gain your fertility back. There are too many detransitioners to think that it's okay for people to experiment on children whose bodies and minds are still growing. Let them at least go through puberty. Let them be children as long as possible before, and then when they are of sound mind and body and able to make decisions on their own. We don't let kids under 18 get tattoos, do you? Or piercings or whatever. Are you going to allow a child to do something irreversible that might just be a phase? I went through a phase when I was very, very young where I hung out. I didn't get in the line until the teacher said the boys get in the line. And I was such a feminist that I identified with the certain aspects of males, but it didn't mean that I wanted to be a little boy. I can only imagine being that same little girl in today's environment in maybe a state like California and having teachers take me aside and maybe ask me, put ideas in my head, say, oh, maybe you might be a boy after all. Can you imagine that? Because kids are impressionable. And meanwhile, I was just reacting to the male chauvinism that I saw of the era in certain male teachers' behavior amongst some of my father's friends, amongst some of what I saw in pop culture and on TV. Because I was very precocious in many ways. And my parents, my mother especially, raised me to react to people as adults react to other adults. That works when you're an adult reacting with other adults, but when you're a kid, it does not help you to get along with other kids. And many times I did not feel much like my contemporaries. I didn't have a lot of friends in the schools growing up. I was bullied some of the teachers were even kind of fucked up, but a lot I had some good teachers too. But for the most part, I was glad to get out of the school system. And there was too much racist violence here in the Atlantic City public schools, getting ganged up on and having actually, I had some bad kids kicked out of day school at the high school because of beating me up in the halls and stuff. And it was racially motivated, what they did. Yeah. And mainstream media doesn't want us to talk about that. But, I think I have a right to talk about my life. I'm not insulting people. I'm not calling names of people that I don't know. I'm just saying what happened to me. So, and if we live in a free society where people should feel safe and where people should be loving each other and people shouldn't be discriminating based on skin color and religion and all that stuff. And maybe you shouldn't be discriminating against people based on who they vote for. But, when Orange Man is bad, it's good to shit on the Trumpers. Like where I live, the people I live with, they don't like Trump. And the Native American Indians, they really got fucked with. But that said, you see, it seems like no matter where you go in time, there's always somebody fucking up somebody else. And it's just, and I have some friends who had kids taken away for different things. Of course, one time I had a friend who, it just so happens that the father, his family had a lot of money. And unfortunately, if you get involved with some powerful people, sometimes they can do controlling things. But did I tell you I'm not going to be using the garden anymore? I am so fucking mad about this. Let me close my door. I'm mad about it. Calls for a little bit more. I would think that I would lose respect from a friend if I didn't tell them the truth. Like if, say, I'm at a friend's place on his back porch, and I witness somebody else go through the cushions on his outdoor furniture and take 3/4 from him. That's 75 cents I witnessed being stolen. And I went and told my friend that, and he finally found out that it was true, and he thanked me. I have a certain friend who I've been nothing but loyal to. Whenever certain people on the boardwalk, my homeless friends, occasionally some people call him crazy. And I would say that was mean and that was rude, and you don't do that. Especially when you're dealing with neighborhoods here where half the people are drug addled on crack and heroin and different things, and you got lots of girls that are walking the street selling their bodies and stuff, and not for a very high price, by the way. And there's just, see, this is why I'm so afraid of turning to street when you're in an environment and you're at least within earshot of it, and you see it out your window and you hear it in wee hours. And when they're keeping you up at night and you call the cops to help you out, they certainly don't have time to do that. But every 10 minutes, the cops are up and down the Atlantic City boardwalk, and God forbid you're out there with your guitar trying to earn a little bit of coin. Oh, you can't do that. Don't play guitar in Atlantic City. I like different kinds of yoga. There's more than one kind of yoga. There's the kind that involves the physical positions that most people are familiar with. And then there's other kind. There's Kundalini yoga, which kind of has a sexy reputation, but that involves a lot of breath work and things. Now, what I really like, it's not yoga, but it has a few similarities, is Tai Chi. When I lived in San Francisco, I used to sometimes watch the little old Chinese or different kind of Asian people in parks, and they'd be doing the different poses, and one pose would melt into another and another. And it was beautiful. And it really, it was something that when you're watching these people, you get to learn how to follow along with them and stuff. I actually had to sweep the streets in San Francisco one year for GA, and they have you sweep for work fair or something. And that's how I got, now Kama Sutra, I have a copy of that book. Believe it or not, most people think the Kama Sutra is all about sex positions. A big part of the Kama Sutra is actually all on negotiating how to get sex. I think possibly with a courtesan or whatever, or I don't know if it's with a partner you're in a relationship with. I don't know, but there's a lot of non-sex stuff in the Kama Sutra. How I know this is I got a cheap English translation of it. I forget what the company was. And matter of fact, it's probably in my storage in Hollywood. I need to go out there. I have 2 units. The rent has gotten ridiculous through the years. I had the first one when I had to escape a bad abusive boyfriend. And the second one I got when I lived a place over 6 years and I accumulated more stuff. But if I can move more stuff into the one and sell or give away stuff, it'll cut my note in half. It's gotten to the point where my mother's been trying to hit me up for money, and she says that she couldn't afford to pay me back, and I actually had to tell her no. And I feel like a big old cunt for doing that. And if there was a hell, I feel like I'd be sent there. But you know what? First of all, I don't believe in the Judeo-Christian system anyway, and I don't believe in such a thing as a fiery hell. So I'm not going to worry about it. And I believe that I know I haven't been a perfect person, but considering I gave the last years of my life taking care of my mom here, meaning I couldn't be other places doing things I really wanted, get, God forbid, get married to a nice person and have a kid or something. Couldn't do that because I was stuck here taking care of her, but don't want to be resentful or anything. That said, I don't want to be like 80 some years old, finally get to Hollywood and be this ugly old maid that nobody's going to want to cast in anything. You're not going to want to see me in my garter belts and stockings. Got to kind of be real. The clock doesn't stop for any of us. But that said, if my mother would just agree to go out there with me, she'd get the best medical care in the world. California, because it's a sanctuary state and sanctuary city, are both Los Angeles and San Francisco. San Francisco, I think, may have had some things on vending machine. Now, the place I heard has a lot of vending machines for interesting things is Japan. I heard that you can get all kinds of things in vending machines, not just food and condoms and electronics. I've seen electronics vending machines. Best Buy, the big box store here, has some vending machines in some of our casinos that have things. I think they're mostly chargers for cell phones and things, and they were selling GoPros, but they're like $500 little cameras and stuff, but all kinds of interesting things. But I do believe most of what they're selling are things that are only of use to people that have different kinds of smartphones. I just put that. Oh, here's the type. I don't know what kind of weed this is, but it's not bad at all. I was thinking I was going to bring some to Philly. I don't even think it's even legal there. Or is it only legal medically there? I'd be more thankful if my bed wasn't full of a bunch of my clothes and stuff. It's like I have to wash something. I have to wash everything by hand. Then once I wash it by hand, I have to put it in a place that's both organized and mouse free. And I don't want to hang anything else in my closet poles because I'm afraid they're going to snap. And what happens if the rod snaps? Because it's made of either, I guess it's wood, right? And that particle board's the worst because it's really weak. Rural camping. Well, how is it different than urban camping? San Francisco, when I lived in San Francisco, I was on the street a lot. I was camped out, but they didn't have tent cities like they do now. You didn't have needles and crack pipes and human shit and all this stuff all over like I heard they do now. And of course, there was some of that in the Tenderloin, but I mean, I was squatting actually. That's what I did there. And I wasn't doing the evil things that some squatters are doing now where they're destroying people's property and they're assuming residency and they're keeping people who own the place from their stuff. That is unconscionable and it's morally wrong. I didn't do anything fucked up. If the squat was raided or the owner showed up, I just put my shit back in my sleeping bag and I got the hell out of there. You know. Oh, well, Hep C. I understand they have a a treatment for that now. But again, isn't that transmitted through needles or sexually too? But I never used a needle in my life, and I don't think I slept with needle users, but if you did, there's this thing called latex, and it often works. So I have done my best to be as safe and clean as possible. So, and if I ever got the Bohemian drug fucker disease, Planned Parenthood would have told me years ago. So, uh, and I hope I haven't offended anybody. I've been saying that for years. I want to smoke some more weed without burning my nose or my finger. And whatever this tiny little moth is that keeps on bopping me in the forehead, knock it off. It's so hot. You see what I had to do to my hair? I wanted to take this down. My hair looks all nice and big in the back. And then you got this braid thing, but I keep on losing beads. I think I look like Medusa today. These are so dreaded up. And the thing is, I can't do my roots until I take everything out. And I need to have a week steady where I have no problem getting access in the bathroom that has the shower and the tub and all that stuff. Unfortunately, now that the summer season's here, the other person that lives with us, he's not getting those free and discounted rooms, so he doesn't have a reason to leave. And I don't want to take the chance of finally undoing my hair and putting my bleach on, only to find out I'm not able to get in the bathroom and have my hair break off. And he kind of likes to be a little cut, and it's not that he forbids me from using the bathroom, but he makes it impossible or intimidates me from getting in there because it's down the end of the hall. It's right next to his bedroom. And so many times when I'm ready to go and take a shower, all of a sudden he goes in there. Plus, we have a clog that it's just, and it needs to be snaked. He has tried the liquid plumber shit, it doesn't work. I always stand on an invalid chair and shower, but I'm afraid that the water is going to go over and flood a church. Poor sons of bitches. Break my heart. But no, it's not a good situation. They name you Medusa? Uh, I have my an astrologer friend who has Hep C and HIV, and he is actually, it's a miracle that when he first got diagnosed with it, most people did not have good prognoses with it, but he was able to qualify for SSI, and that financed his. I guess he was on EZT, whatever the regimen was then, and they've gotten better and better treatments, and they have things now where you can be undetectable, and they have all kinds of options that they didn't have 20, 30 years ago. But I'm glad he's still here. So hot, I need to put that fan on. I'm so glad you guys are hanging out. Sucks to be on, and I'm not, I think I'm live, but nobody's talking chat, and it's like the whole point of going live is it's real time. And Okay. I found a fat roach across the street, and it wasn't long, but it was fat. Any of you guys know if, say, somebody works for a city and they're working on code enforcement and they're inspecting buildings for violations and stuff like that? Do you know if they're bound by a code of secrecy where they're not supposed to gossip? Like, say somebody was a code enforcement guy and saw some things, and say he knew that the things he saw, the person knew him and various of his family members. So you knew him and his family, and he saw things. I thought they weren't allowed to gossip. I thought it would be sort of like if I'm talking to a doctor or I'm talking to an attorney, there's a certain privilege here. Well, I talk to you and it doesn't go any further. And I think it's really interesting that certain person's father, say I have a friend that lives, maybe he's in a garden. Say I know him, his brother-in-law, and his father. Say I go to visit him one day, and all of a sudden his father comes in, and the first thing out of his father's mouth is, "Did me and my family get evicted?" How would you feel if somebody said that to you? I mean, I was kind of on my way out the door anyway, but I was like, "Oh no, of course not." And it's like I couldn't get out of there fast enough. But well, make a long story short, uh, I don't think you're going to be seeing me in the garden. It's not just because the dog shits everywhere and they let it go so long before picking it up. And he's shitting in the garden near where people were growing onions. They're growing tomatoes and all kinds of things. You've seen the garden videos, right? And, you know, and I will speak my truth. And if I see something that's wrong, I will say it. And they got a new landscaper. And they were pissed off that the landscaper mowed down a couple of the plants that were in the front, right? And I was visiting my friend, and he was talking to the landscaper and telling me what she'd done. And then I said, well, because my cats are buried there. I said some of my things where I was growing were cut down too. And then all of a sudden, my friend got to me and said, "Don't talk to her." And I'm like, "Excuse me? So you're telling me I'm not allowed to talk to people?" And then he physically pushed me. Well, I was walking toward the gate to leave the property, right? He literally pushed me out. No, that's not acceptable. I can tolerate somebody's mental illness for only so long, but no. And this is somebody who I made excuses for because I know that nobody's perfect, and there's always things that you can find to love and respect about somebody, and there are things that we have things in common with our friends. There's different things that we relate to and whatever, but it's just a shame that now a friendship is fucked in the toilet. But no, so no, you're not going to see me. It's a shame. It's like every year we have some kind of fight or some kind of stupid and stuff. But no, I'm not going to tolerate the crazy anymore. I deal with all the stress, all the people here. You know, no, I should have uh, comfort and safety in my home. A lot of times I do, but when the church is starting up downstairs with all that stuff, that's why I like to put on my Hail Satan t-shirt, go down there, or my Ouija board tights, go down there when the church is letting out. Now it's Tuesday nights, sometimes Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, and absolutely Saturday nights. What day is today? Okay, Friday. I gotta check. See, I don't fucking know what day it is. I'm on Trump time. When you're used to being a daily YouTuber, you know, I'm really mad at myself for something though. I got the journal and I started journaling again. And I was good during the Trump rally and for a couple of days afterward, but life keeps on happening. And now I am behind. And one thing I hate about journals is it's hard to guess where you would be if you'd been consistently writing and then starting things. And so as a result, one day goes into two, goes into a week, goes into 2 weeks, and then a month has gone by, and you realize you didn't write. And okay, I have lots of documents that I can reference to reconstruct my days. I can look at my different calendars. I can look at the videos that I filmed, but especially the calendars. Anything really important, I write down in the calendar. You know, if somebody offers me $5 to watch their luggage, I'll write that down. Plus $5. Hey, I earned $5. I mean, things like that. You know, if I had a big fight with a friend, I write that down because those are consequential things. But now I don't think that things are reparable. Honestly, it makes me sick. Really. And I haven't identified the son of a bitch, so don't you even try to threaten me, you son of a bitch. I'm just, I'm venting. I don't think they'd be interested in these live streams anyway. I don't care. I won't be treated like that. You know, in LA, it seems like more of the crazies tended to be female. But here in Atlantic City, I think more of the crazies tend to be males, honestly. And among the female crazies, half of them, I believe it's because of crack. I'm just saying, based on the 1 mile radius to where I'm at. Okay. And the people who come to this radius and bring their problems with them. Like you get people maybe from even from Pleasantville and different places to come here just because they know that they could go to the guys on the corner and get whatever they want from Mr. Gang Boy. But I'm still so pissed off that when you get somebody making noise from 2:30 in the morning till 6 a.m., bothering me where our little bathroom is, there's a window there, and you can hear noise in the alleyway. They're drinking and talking real loud, making noise. Then there's a guy smoking crack in the front seat of his pickup truck parked right in front of my bedroom window. Sometimes they like to play the radios too. And when you call the cops on the non-emergency number to see if they will help you, they don't bother. They don't bother when you call them. But they'll certainly be there every 10 minutes on the boardwalk when you're out there playing your guitar, or maybe one of your friends you're talking to has an open container, a bottle in his pocket, then the cops will swoop up on him. There's plenty of cops for that. They hired some more cops. Who are they after? The homeless people. Oh, don't get caught playing a guitar on the boardwalk. Don't you do that? I told you that story. And if you, even if I got the permit, I couldn't be where I want to be. If I can't be safe, what's the point? Part of the reason why I'm not in Philadelphia right now is I'm not convinced I could get there safely. And where am I going to stash my computer if I'm there? It's a part of Philadelphia that I'm not familiar with. It's not just, if it was an easy walk from the bus terminal, that would be great. There's parts of Philadelphia I know. I'm still monitoring Twitter in case somebody reacts to the post I made. Again, I don't understand why I can't get to see Trump in Philadelphia from Atlantic City. Why nobody's going? I refuse to believe nobody's going from there. You know, this is bullshit. And so what if you're bringing a couple of people in your truck? There's not room for one more. You're going to turn down some gas money. Plus, what if the parking? What if they jack you on parking? You think you might want some money for parking? You know that somebody wants to go to this thing. That's why I think some people just cunts. One of my favorite words. Oh, I got something offensive to show you. I don't know who's going to get this. Oh, I'm showing you this because the person that is going to get it is somebody who is not online. Look at this. I bought it on Temu. This is the envelope it came in. I guess you punch the heart thing out and you seal it. But I would think you couldn't put it in the post though because it would get caught. You maybe could do the hand cancel thing. And the thing is, the person who would appreciate it the most because he likes the word. There's somebody I know here who drinks a lot and smokes weed a lot, and he calls me and I call him cunty fuck, and he calls other friends, "Oh, you cunty fuck. Where are the Atlantic City cunty fucks?" So you have to be there. But anyway, he's a buddy who and I have to admire this. One time, he has a teenage daughter. I think she's 21, and she's visiting. And something happened. Her iPhone slipped out of her hand and ended up in the gutter, right on the corner here. And don't you know, he was able to get the great unlock by a Department of Public Works guy. He crawled down on the ground. He reached his arm in and he retrieved her iPhone. I got to witness a miracle. She got her phone back. Her dad ended up being a hero. Anyway, I'm gonna find out when his birthday is. That's gotta be his card. All because I was looking on Temu for something that had the word cunt on it. So I don't want my content age restricted though, because if you do that, it fucks up on your visibility and also impacts your ad revenue if you ever get monetized. You can't, I don't, or it's very hard to get ads on things once you're age restricted. So that's why I don't want to do that. It's almost as bad as the people who create children's content, except when you create children's content, they're not even allowed to have comments, but that's for the kids' protection. You have to be so careful. These days, everything you have to be just so careful. But I'm glad that I can still do this, you know, because right now I'm in the state of New Jersey where it is fully legal for adults 21 and older. You don't need a medical card for this. You can just be a grown up. Of course, in order to buy from the dispensaries, you have to have all the documents. Got to have photo ID, probably get fingerprinted. They probably stick a probe up your ass to make sure what your diet's been the past 2 weeks. Then you submit a blood test. Then they give you a DNA, get a DNA sample, and then they must take a strand of your hair, and then only then you get to purchase weed from a dispensary in the state. Oh, you're a fly, you son of a bitch. Oh, want to get high. Get high, fly. Oh, let me run something by you. Have you ever met anybody in your life that is offended when people cough when they smoke weed? I mean, I can understand if your kids and you're still at home and you don't want mom and dad to hear you, or if the cops are around and you're really doing your best to, but coughing is natural. And you know the old phrase, if you don't get cough, you don't cough, you don't get off. I think there's something healthy about cleaning whatever junk's out of your lungs, getting all that junk out, the phlegm and the white blood cells and all the debris that will get just breathing city air, or the particulates, or what about the Canada wildfires that the smoke got down to here? All this stuff, the pollution from these assholes that run their engine for hours at a time outside. Oh man, fucking hate that. I go up people's asses about that. That gets me so mad. I'm on a bit of a crusade about this. I want you to see the little, trying to be as steady as I can. This doesn't mean I violated copyright. I got this at the library. There are so many drivers who don't care. Seriously. There's this woman. She is a cunt. She is this piece of shit. I fucking hate her so much. She twice a week is on my street. Sometimes a couple other times to mooch off of our city services to bring back to Pleasantville. And when she's waiting to get her free food, she has her car engine running, not just for 15 minutes, that's bad enough, but for like, let's see, she's waiting to get the ticket distribution, which I'm guessing she gets there probably 5 a.m. They don't give out the tickets till 9:30. So you got 4.5 hours there. Then when she gets a ticket, then she parks. And then when people are lining up to be let in, then she has the engine running, and she takes this obnoxious little loudspeaker blasting gospel music, which I have to suffer for gospel music being where I'm at. And it's like, oh, another time when I want to be wearing a Hail Satan shirt. But usually, though, I have to. Because you get some direct sun there. I have to wear a big denim shirt to keep the sun off of me. Because when you're lined up, you can't very well have an umbrella open. You know. But yeah, I have a real thing about people uh, running their car engines. I fucking hate it. I have gotten into fights over that. I got the night that I got my face punched by the two black men was over idling the car. Honestly, that's how that happened. If you're curious, sometime go on my playlist, and I have a little video entitled "I got punched in the face by two black men." And a few people were offended that I titled it like that, but it was the truth. What? I'm not allowed to say the race of the people involved. Whenever you watch all the stuff on TV, they always say the name of the race, unless it doesn't fit their narrative. And if I'm not allowed to illustrate for you the fact that this city is not safe, especially for women, less so for white people, I know about this town. I was born and raised in this town. I went to the public school system, except for the 2 years that my parents made me go to Catholic school. I did not want to go through that. But now I realize that I didn't get a bad education except for the religious bullshit. And the fact that I almost got thrown out once. See, because I was raised to be honest and to treat adults like people adults treat other adults, with respect and with mutual intelligence and honesty. And when I chose to tell our principal that I hadn't believed in the precepts of the Catholic Church from the time I was 9 years old. She decided, Monsignor decided that maybe instead of charging my family Catholic tuition, they were going to charge me the uh, other religion tuition. I don't know what the difference is, but it's cheaper when you're in the church. And of course, my mother marched right down there, and I don't know what she said, but it was basically said, all these years the family was associated with that church and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, whatever she said, she made things right. But I was interested in an offshoot of Islam at the time called the Baha'i faith that I was interested in from the time I was 11 years old, actually. And I left it though when I was 15 because ultimately their morality rules were too strict. And because they said that at some future point in time, the male members weren't allowed to have their hair longer than their earlobes. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because I like long hair guys. And also, they had it was a religion that didn't allow anything at all: no alcohol, no drugs, no marijuana, no ecstasy, no LSD, no MDMA, blah, 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 no mushrooms, nothing. And at the time, I was young and still wanted to experiment with things. I hadn't or I was having my very first drinks. I remember one time going to a Baha'i meeting up in Pleasantville. I was only 15, and here one of their neighbors, he was making drinks with Tanqueray gin, and I was having whatever that drink was, and sipping on that. And I guess, well, gin's probably a good drink to drink because it doesn't give you a stinky breath like other alcohol. And how I was able to pull that off. Plus, what I really love was when you're 15 and you look older than that and you look grown up. Isn't that a thing about kids when you're a teenager? You want to look old enough to pass for at least 18 or 21, whatever it is, so that you can hang out with the grown-ups. So if people think you look and act adult, it's like when I was going to high school, I never took my books back and forth with me. I did my homework actually in the morning of. I rushed through things for the most part, or I did things like that. I didn't because I didn't want to look like a teenager. Oh, that was ridiculous then. You don't realize that the clock doesn't stop. Anyway, don't idle your fucking cars, man. Oh, some people say because there's no signs prohibiting it. I remember when the casino used to have these buses come in, these day trippers, these people, they would bus in these senior citizens. They would go and play the slot machines for like, I don't know how many hours. They weren't here long enough to get a hotel room, but they were long enough to be here for quite a while. And they used to have the buses, for the time they dropped them off, they would just be idling. And that took our originally fresh salt air and fucked it up. There are times when I've been on the boardwalk and I get wafts of fumes of car exhaust. It shouldn't be. We used to have such good air, and there's just a whole lot of people that honestly don't care. And if you think about them not only being local, but say they go back to a town that's 10 miles away, like say Pleasantville, and you're doing the same behaviors there, meaning people are really polluting our air. There's just a whole lot of really fucked up people. I have an LSD experience in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park where I actually saw tree wizards and talked to them fly. And they were like greenish gray men that lived in the trees, and they had pointy hats and witchy wizardy robes, and told me some concepts of the secrets of the universe and basic concepts and things, which of course I don't remember. I never have a pen and paper and a notebook when you get these opportunities, right? Uh, and this is a part of Golden Gate Park near the carousel. And there's this building that it kind of looks like a gingerbread house or like a little house with beautiful pointy roof. And I don't know if it's a museum or what it is, and who knows who bought it out now, but I don't remember the name of it. But it's not too far from Janis Joplin's tree. if any of you know San Francisco. But that's San. God damn it. Okay. Fucking. Why would a fly be dive bombing somebody? Is this the same fly I tried to get high? You want some more weed, son of a bitch? No, that the one I got stoned is still up there. What's up with these flies? I think I have a mutant fly that's getting aggressive. If you make me spill my fucking weed, I will get a flies. You know, I think I'm having a problem. Hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah. Now I know that looks ugly as hell, but I'm getting a little tired of that fly. Garfield is a baby. Oh, I think he's saying he wants more food in his bowl. Yeah. I was going to bring the camera out there to. You should see all the tufts of his hair that's on the carpet. You got hairy on my carpet. Yeah. I feel bad that this poor cat's on it. But the hallway's better, cleaner carpet than this room. Hey, I don't know if that's even what he wants. Oh, you know what I'm thinking of doing? Because you know I'm an ornery little so and so, right? Oh, so I got a mic like this, okay? Now, you guys know what this is, right? It's never been used. See, I love the look of this. You see the spikes, but I see it, but people don't see it. So, okay, I could do this and this. But the thing is, then you wouldn't realize that the mic was there. Anyway, and this, you could tell it was made for dogs, though, because these are Cooper Scooper bags. I don't know. Did somebody send this to me? It's anyway. It was in the the box, the bucket for cat supplies. So I haven't had any luck with any of the lavalier mics that I stuck in. Actually, no, I haven't tested this. Uh, and I have two the clip-on kind. I like the shape of this. And I think it's cool that this could actually blend in with a blue. But the thing is, because of the shape of this looks cute enough to hold. I like that you can hold it. I just wish I had all the stats for it. Now it looks like, I guess this is an adapter or whatever. I'm not going to take all the stuff. I want to set this. I want to set this someplace. Hmm. I'll put this here for the time being. Put all my mics away. Oh, don't forget to tune in to the Kim Commando show on the 25th. I'll be a caller. Okay, I'm going to be talking about this the sound issue that I've been having, and also how to back up a YouTube channel that you had for over 12 and a half years. So June 25th is Tuesday. I don't know if it's Tuesday or Wednesday, but tune in if you want, if you listen to her radio show, which if you're interested in tech at all, you should. She really can teach all kinds of tips and tricks about computers and cell phones and home security systems and identity theft. And she has a lot of good researchers that work for her, and she has helped people with all kinds of things. Parents with their homeschooling, help people who their daughter was identity theft or had a stalker, just helped so many people. And yes, not face to face. I'm going to be a caller. I'm looking for my big calendar where I wrote the. Yeah, I had a choice of two dates. Um, Whatever the original date is, I said in the community thing, I was wrong. It was the day after that because they sent me an email asking me if a date was good. And then 12 hours later, they said she'd be out of the office, so it'd be the next day. So, gosh, either the 25th or the 26th. You know what? I'm going to try doing something, and I hope I don't bounce this off, okay? I'm going to go into my Gmail account and I'm going to take a look at the email I got from her, okay, or from her assistant or whatever, and I will tell you the exact date that I am going to be on. Um, okay, I'm got to do some scrolling here. I'm looking in the wrong file. See, the thing is, I also subscribe to your email list, obviously. So here it is. Okay, Tuesday, June 25th. She says, all right, I'm going to read this. I hope I don't get in trouble for reading somebody else's email to me. But it says, hello, Leather. Yes, some weeks we take our callers on Tuesdays if there's a holiday or Kim will be out of office. Next week, Kim will be out of office for the later part of the week and requested callers for Tuesday. The week of July 10th will be a normal week. That's why it's on a Wednesday. Okay, great. I've got you set up for Tuesday, June 25th. She says, I'll reach back to you on Monday with all the details for the show. Says, we look forward to having you on air. Um, and it said that they would call me between 12:45 and 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time So you figure Pacific Standard Time, that's like LA is like 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 3 hours. Add three to that for what it's going to be my time. So that means I'm doing math one stone. 1:45, 2:45, 3:45, 4:40. No, it's 1:45, 2:45, 4:45. Okay. Yeah, I guess 4:45 to 7 my time. Um, or yeah, Pacific Mountain Central East. 12, 11, 10. Oh no, it doesn't go. It goes, wait, 12, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3:45. Okay, starting at any time after 3:45. All right, so all right, I'm going to go back to my live streaming thing. So now I can see you. So all right, yes, on the 25th. This is the second time that I had a question for her, and I thought it was also a backup thing. And the thing is, since I asked her this question, the device that I had that I dropped, I actually gave it to a friend of mine who I thought was going to go take it to a certain place offshore that where just one little part needed to be replaced. And so for the price of a little part, I wouldn't have to get another $109 similar device, even though I already decided I think I'm going to have something that's designed to be portable instead of a desktop thing that is so fragile. These things that, first of all, have to be plugged in both into the wall and into the computer to do the backups, like as you create content, or every time I download something, it would have a copy of that. But the thing is, it's a kind of hard drive that has a spinning disk, which I think, okay, what happens if that fails? Then you lost all the data. So it's important to have things backed up in redundancies and stuff. But then again, I'm talking to you about something that I'm about to learn how to do. And so if I had all the answers and was all good at all this tech, there wouldn't be any need for people like her. And I have the worst tech problems. I mean, if I could, I could even ask her how to see, but I don't want to waste people's time with questions that could just be answered with looking at a user manual, though. That's where you don't want to waste somebody's time. But this is kind of a complex issue because then I can bring up the problem with the sound. And I know that's a big issue because I don't know whether it's a driver's thing or what. As a matter of fact, I just got some kind of notification about some drivers and things, and it was just before, and I said yes, but I didn't get to press anything because then I decided, you know what? Why don't I go live today? I just had that sudden urge to go live and just talk about stuff, especially talk about how I wish I was in Philly. And am I wrong for not trying harder? But just, I'm worried about going from Philly bus terminal. I'd have to either take a city bus or a subway. And I used to take the subway sometimes when I would go to the Spectrum. Used to love to see rock bands in the Philadelphia Spectrum. You know, that was really special place. And when they tore that place down, I think I thought it was way too young of a building to be torn down. I didn't understand that. And I haven't been to Philadelphia since. Well, obviously, you have to go through there to go to Washington D.C. or to. I mean, not always, but a lot of times. And definitely coming back, you tend to go through Philadelphia. And there's things about Philly I love, like the Chinatown. I love the Revolutionary War era stuff, Center City stuff, the neighborhood stuff. I'm familiar with that. I feel safe there. But there are other places that I didn't feel very safe, like when I went during the 4th of July at the Parkway, up toward where the Rocky Steps are and stuff. I've never even been up on the Rocky Steps. They have fireworks and they have a bunch of world renowned music artists. I went one year, Patti LaBelle and Elton John and Bruce Vilanch and some other people. And some proceeds went to HIV/AIDS. and I even got a T-shirt that I still have. But I remember that there was a lot of really obnoxious men there that reminded me of really bad Atlantic City gangster type people. I did not feel very at home there, or the safe, warm, and fuzzies. And I was dressed up in my Revolutionary War, my tricorner hat, and kind of stuff that I like to wear. And I just didn't feel very appreciated. That you want to be appreciated on an artistic level, and you are made that your value is cheap, according to it's just I really didn't want to stick around there, or I wanted to at least just get back to Chinatown where I could go and grab something really wonderful. But somebody was telling me that the restaurants that I was taking for granted that would be open till 3 a.m., you could grab something before getting back on the New Jersey Transit to come out here. Um, they Since COVID, they're not open past 1. That doesn't make any sense. If clubs are open till 2, we need our late night Chinese food. Nothing. You can't get late unless you want to go in casinos and pay 3 times solid state drives. Um, and I like to read tech articles about the pros and cons of different things. Even if I only understand half of it, like one of the things though that I find frustrating, people all the time advise me to look out for videos on YouTube to learn how to do different things. And they'll send me links to things, or I'll do searches for things. And I still can't follow the procedure. And it's like, am I fucking stupid? What is it about this that I find so hard to grasp? Or the written instructions, which, of course, unless you have two screens, one to read and one to actually do the things, I just have such a hard time with this, you know? And then when you do get a printed instruction manual, the manual itself is this big, and you need a fucking microscope to read the fine print. It's fucking crazy. Oh man, my vision's so bad. You're Lordy Gordy, hey. Yeah. Uh, oh, look what somebody left behind at the Salvation Army. They had a ShopRite Day, which is where people line up for free food, and that Pleasantville bitch, oh God, I can't stand her. Anyway, takes everything, takes our resources to Pleasantville. You know, like there's no shortage of people that are deserving around here. Anyway, this stuff smells pretty nice, and they say it is all over body deodorant. Woohoo! I've heard of Native for a couple of years now, and figured this expensive stuff, which I'm sure it is. But this is cucumber and mint. Now I'm going to play a game. This game's called Count the Backhands. Two sitting down and four walking. The walkers two that way, two that way. But tomorrow is going to be church noise. And, one thing I'm surprised they haven't been doing here is usually every Saturday we've been having fireworks, and we're not haven't been doing that this summer, which I don't care because I ever since the cops started chasing people off the boardwalk, I don't haven't been going there unless I have a specific reason. Um, as long as I have something to put in my bowl, it's okay. You know, I got I got a cat. Garfield will never have to be outside ever again. I've been bringing that cat around since a couple months before Christmas. Sorry, I'm thirsty. I want to pick up Garfield. He is so hairy. He's so hairy. I got this brush, and I don't know if I even want to do it inside because the hair is going to be the biggest. Well, actually, no, the brush would make it get stuck in this brush. You think this is going to hurt him, though? Right now, I have no idea what that was, but I'll tell you what I did smoke this week because until that thing fell apart with my friends, let me close my. Um, okay, let me take a look on this calendar here. I want to see. Okay, on Tuesday, I smoked some blueberry pipe. Through the years, I've smoked weed that had the name blueberry in it a few different times. One time, I got a hold of some stuff that was so good, but it wasn't called blueberry. It was called purple Urkel or Urkel. I don't know. If you ever get to smoke purple or Urkel, try it. That really had some. It had some THC in it, and it had some happiness in it. And it had some energizing in it. And it was just, but I mean, it's weed. If you love weed, you love the feel of weed. And I'm the kind of person that I can still get stuff done on weed. I can get housework done on weed. I can get ideas for my YouTube video. And so often when I finally do a regular standalone video, I smoke before I do it. I could still think on point. I could do my show and tell videos. I could talk about whatever. I don't have to read a detailed script, which I couldn't probably see anyway. Uh, so I don't find it interferes with my. You think this will be too rough for Garfield? Um, Let me show you. Oh, you saw my. I'm just going to keep this for like crystals and stuff. I'm not going to put any. And plus, because I know that some states are not fully legal, I want to be careful about what gets to smell like weed. So right now, this is my weed bag. Mm. Does anybody know if it's legal in Philadelphia or even partially legal? Because there's a place that I got some really great weed in, and they have a Philadelphia address. And at least because I'm not going through a dispensary, they're not going to card me because I bought from them. I met them here in town. They had a cannabis fest. Oh, fuck. I have to be more careful with these things. Um, Garfield. Well, I wanted to show you what. So see, this lighting is really not. I don't know what's most flattering. Yeah. And I've got this other light over there, and I got an overhead light. So uh, I know that. See, I want to replicate that 3-point lighting. I just got the battery saver thing. That means I'm going to have to plug this in. Okay. That means I'm going to have to clear a space for the computer. Okay. I'm plugging this back in. See, that's another to the Philly Trump rally. Where would I plug in? I don't know if those little power brick things can power up a laptop computer, and how many times can you uh, charge up a computer? If I had had time to figure out my iPad, I would love to live stream with that. That's the point. Is I want to go to this thing and I want to be able to create content. Don't you expect that since I'm a YouTuber, I would want to be able to communicate with you? Don't you expect I would want to show what I'm seeing, tell about it, talk about it, let you see through my eyes all the groovy things I get to experience, the places, some of which I never been before, the people I never met before, whole different sites. Don't you want to see that? I want you to see that. I want to be able to show it with you. I also would like it when people tell me, oh yeah, there's Wi-Fi there, only to show up like I did in Wildwood, and it's like, where's the Wi-Fi signal? If it wasn't for the bathroom where we had our chairs waiting in line, I wouldn't have been able to keep this powered up. I'm so grateful for that. There's a ladies' room and an electric plug. At least it's not bitch better have my money. And they're just in traffic. Oh, Garfield. No, I'm going to turn my fan back on. I had to plug that in. I'm excited for the 2024 election. I'm a little bit nervous about the debate. Because see, one of the things I don't understand about some of the Democrats in my life, like my mother especially, I love my mom, but she is one of these pretty dyed-in-the-wool Democrats that at least she doesn't like Trump. She really doesn't like him. And I have been trying to point out to her some of the frailties of President Biden, and she just will not see it. I try to show her the times when he stumbles and he looks like he just shit his pants and had a brain freeze, and she just won't see it. And yeah, and the thing is now that the binder used the term cheap fake, she's planting a seed of doubt in people that you can't even trust your own perception. That's kind of like when you're in an abusive relationship and your fella or your lady goes and tries to tell you that your recollection of things isn't how it really went down, and they try to make you doubt your sanity because you're questioning your account of things. And then if you're already worried about your memory issues, they can build on your insecurities about that and your vulnerabilities, and they can make a person think that you're going crazy. And that's a form of emotional abuse, obviously. But that is what I believe the mainstream media, at the behest of the current White House, is doing to the American people. If we can't, it's like the emperor wears no clothes kind of thing. I cannot imagine, especially with both, I understand we have artificial intelligence capabilities now, but I also understand that they are having stricter and stricter laws against it, especially with respect to the mainstream media and broadcast media. And plus, I don't think the technology is there yet where it could be so perfect that you can't see clues like hands being misshapen or an extra eyeball or the different things that AI can do. So these things that we're seeing on the news of Biden walking like the zombie or staring at, shaking the hand of the invisible person, or looking, his back was turned when all those other foreign heads of state were there. That was cringy to watch. And and at times when he talks like Ozzy Osbourne, which okay in his defense, I got like that a time or two when I'm on video where I can't think of a simple basic word. I'm thinking, am I having a little mini stroke here? Have my drugs caught up to me? But I'm not running for president. I'm not president. So you know what? I'm not going to hurt any of you guys if I'm making stupid video. But if you're a president and you got your hand on the button and you have to be talking to our great world leaders, and he's an embarrassment on the world stage. He's making things more dangerous. He's emboldening our adversaries. He's making our NATO allies very concerned. This is embarrassing. It's a good thing that there are kind world leaders and their spouses that will take him by the arm and show him back to what's reality and where the people are all looking and stuff. Um, Vladimir Putin sees a weakness here. The Iranian mullahs see a weakness here. Kim Jong Un sees a weakness here. The people in Cuba see a weakness here. The people in Venezuela see a weakness here. These are dangerous times for the United States of America, and 95% of it is due, I believe, to the quality of the leadership that we're having now. We don't even know who is really pulling the strings. Is it Barack Obama? Is There's so many speculations here. I won't get into that. I don't know. I'm not privy to what's going on, and you can't depend on anybody in the government to really. What did Ronald Reagan famously say? What are the worst things that you could hear? What's the worst phone call you could hear? It's from the government. Hi, I'm the U.S. government, and I'm here to help. It's a shame. Look at what happens when there's a natural disaster and people are dependent on FEMA. Look what happened with Katrina. And so much of it was people were vulnerable and they expected the government to help them, because the one thing that our tax dollars go to is you have a reasonable expectation of some kind of safety and some kind of communication between the different intergovernmental agencies, especially with respect to public safety. And there are so many fuck upperies in that situation. Didn't some of the politicians there resign? The Louisiana governor, what was his name? Nagin? I forget. The bald-headed guy. Uh, nice looking guy, but there is some negligence, I think, going on there. Even though I think maybe some aspects of the gravity and how huge a storm ended up being uh, blindsided people, but still, it's not like you don't have an advance warning that a hurricane is coming. They tell you the path of what they think where it looks like, and you have like a week uh, notice. And but there was a whole lot of things that were fucked up with that. I'm going to go grab a tissue because my sinuses are backed up. So how that I don't before I do, I don't want anything to happen to this. I don't want it to get dirty. I'm back. I'm just, I'm still a little bit nervous about the debates because, okay, here's another thing we have to consider. You know that gag order that that asshole judge imposed on Trump during the trial? I heard he's trying to cause it to still be in effect even during a debate. And so, what happens if Biden finds tricky ways to bring it up and Trump can't defend himself? And you know that they're also arranging it so you can't talk over another. As soon as your time is up, your mic is cut off, so people can't, I guess, talk over each other and stuff. And I don't know whether that's ultimately going to be a good thing or a bad thing. But the thing is, if I was to give Trump any advice, one thing I would say to him is, please, when you can, let Biden hang himself with his own noose. Let Biden get stupid. Let Biden talk till he rambles and talks like his brain's made of jello and stuff drool is dribbling out of his mouth. Let him, give him an opportunity to have the brain freeze thing. Plus, doesn't Trump say the condition is drug testing? Yes, whatever puppy uppers Biden was on before, because there are times when he gave good speeches, even I thought there's things I liked. And I'm thinking, what? Wait a minute. Is he on a little bit of amphetamines? I say that as an interested, curious person who used to enjoy speed. Okay. That was kind of one of my favorite party favors in the 80s and 90s and until like shortly after 9/11. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. You didn't sleep, you didn't eat, gave you a little creative boost. So never mind that you write 61-page journal entries and you talk your mom's ear off for like 3 hours. And I would write in tiny, tiny, tiny letters, like a practically an epistle on a postcard. I would send her like 20-page letters, some of which she saved, by the way. So I have more written testament to my life in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. Um, but Nick, I called my mom once when I was frying on acid after an earthquake. Uh, when you're a kid and you're away from home and you do things like that to your parents, you can never live them down, you know. I will never know what it's like to be a parent and have a kid scare me like that. Because, you know, you have somebody you love and you're 3,000 miles away and you can't do much to help them except Western Union and some money, but you can't, other than that, there's so much beyond your control. But LA, man, it's got so expensive. It's a real bummer. It's a real bummer about the rent situation. That's balanced. I hope that doesn't knock over that light because it'll shatter the bulb. And I don't want broken glass around here. You know, maybe let me see if I can move this. I'll save this in that way. Now it's right there. Huh. So I wonder if I smoked any more of that weed, if I'd even feel it. I asked on Facebook some stuff about Philly, and I tried to get information from some of the Facebook Trump related groups. There's like over 100 or 200 groups. There's so many. I'm scrolling and I'm scrolling and I'm scrolling and I'm scrolling. I was hoping to find groups with that are talking about the rally, maybe meet some people that were coming from this way. But I don't have time to join 200 groups just to see if somebody is talking about this stuff. Plus, it takes time to read through a bunch of posts. Groups really can be a time suck. If you got things in your life and you can't be on devote that much screen time just to reading the archives of some things, especially when I got a lot of stuff going on, the housework around here, being at my mother's beck and call, uh, you know, so, oh, you saw this, right? She's in her bedroom watching TV. Uh, she watched Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune and probably watching the Cowboy Channel or Me TV, or she could have fallen asleep. Uh, oh, that reminds me. I have fish that I've been thawing out on top of the coffee maker. They're little perch fish, and I'm going to do a fish fry. You know, she probably thinks I forgot about her on that. It's 10:13 p.m. Okay, I'm 42% available, plugged in. Yeah, okay. You want to see a fish? Can't forget about my mom. That's kind of a cunty thing to do. We're gonna have a fish fry. We're gonna have a fish fry. Woo-hoo. Oh, where's Garfield? Where's Garfield? Wait a minute. You want to see Garfield? Oh, I want you to see. Well, I want you to see some Indian things, and they're ugly and they're cool at the same time. The cool part is I think the pattern is beautiful, the flowers and stuff. Um, but the ugly part is that even though they're comfortable, I'm sure they're not really attractive because they don't really flatter what a woman's legs really look like. They skim over things and they make her look fatter and they totally distort the shape. And kind of, and the crotch is like down almost to the knee. And these are designed that you don't really see them because you're covered with these drapey tunics and things. But anyway, I have enough things and I got to try it on at least once. But yeah, the AC, and this is the second ACDC shirt that I got this week because a couple weeks ago, somebody actually said that they would let me use they have a little washer and dryer, and they actually washed a few things of mine. So I figured, let me wash my blanket and let me wash a couple of my hoodies. Okay. And, but don't you know, for some reason, he said that everything smelled bad. And in fact, when he gave them back to me, a few of the things really smelled. But anyway, he said that he found something or somebody gave him a shirt, and it ended up being an ACDC shirt from one of their albums. Now, I have the Power Age album on vinyl, and that was a Brazilian import. It has a certain kind of album cover art that you don't have on the American issue. And it's not that I'm a discophile or anything, but I do love my vinyl, and that's another thing. When I go to my storage, I'm thinking, do I just go there with a container that's big enough a box with a handle that's big enough to transport my vinyl and bring it back out here. Because that's I'm afraid of shipping vinyl because I'm afraid it's gonna smash. So, oh, you want to see my plants? The only place I could grow anything in this apartment because the mice would chop everything. I used to accuse my cats of eating the tops of my seedlings in the other room. It was the mice this whole time. But this is one place little mice cannot get at because you see, there's no connecting wall. I mean, there's nothing connecting anything to anywhere. But these, I got these. I have a video plants, a little flowering plant that was growing in cracks up the street in the front of a house. And I pulled it out very carefully and I transplanted it here. I didn't want it to die. I didn't want it to freeze to death. So I put it here. Okay. Inside this cup here is actually some beach sand. This is coffee carafe. And I actually had a little tomato seedling I had thought of course, but it's not going to happen this year. Um, I've tried growing weed usually in that room before it was even legal here. I was always nervous because the weed, when weed's growing, the leaf is obvious, and the shadow set set by this light being on, because this light has to be on at night so my mom could see going down the hall. If she hurts herself trying to go to the bathroom, we can't risk that, obviously. So, but that light also casts a light on there's an alley here, and can you imagine the pot leaf leaving uh, a silhouette? Which I'm sure people would be cool with it. But the thing is, cultivation's not yet legal here, and it would be I just my luck that all the crack and heroin and cuckoo shit going on around here, and there would be an issue with pot plant. And I tried growing like 4 different times, and I got buds successfully twice, but they were crappy little buds, and I didn't cure them or do any of the right things. Yeah, because especially if there's two basic kinds of weed, there's a kind of weed that you have to have the strict light dark cycles, and that's the tricky part, controlling that, and especially if you're outdoors and something happens to interrupt when it's total darkness, something happens because of some artificial fuck up or something, or if doing it indoors and again some kind of fuck up. I would prefer growing the kind of weed that doesn't require that. But the hard part I think about growing weed, and I speak as somebody who thought that I had a green thumb, at least when it comes to vegetables and herbs of other kinds, in garden things, I have some years of experience with. But once you grow the weed, and you harvest the buds, and you got to let them dry, and then the curing process, and then putting them in a jar and monitoring the humidity and for how long and what kind of the kind of equipment you need. And I didn't do those things. I just stuck it in the jar. One time I stuck it in the jar, then I forgot about it. Another time I just put the drying meat in a paper sack and stuck that in a closet, the dark closet, where I probably forgot about it for like a couple of years. And each time it was like dirtweed, swag. So I'm thinking I go through all this crap, and it ends up being crappy stuff. And yeah, the old Mexican brown. There was when Proposition 215 passed in San Francisco, that was the medical marijuana thing. The Dennis Perone started when well, he couldn't be his husband then, but his boyfriend, his lover, his partner was dying of AIDS, and they weren't even allowed to be visitors in the hospital because it's just there was some fucked up times for gay and lesbian people, especially gay men. They were dying of AIDS. So how they were treated was just disgusting. Because you're not legally married to somebody, you can't visit them in the hospital. Or family members, despite the fact that they wanted to be together, family members wouldn't allow their lover to be at the funeral. Oh, there's Proposition 215. Medical marijuana volunteers on that. People getting signatures, people stuffing envelopes. And so I got to experience the first, what they now call dispensary. It was a place was called the Cannabis Buyers Club, and it was on 39 Fell in San Francisco, and there was none of this ID bullshit. Okay, this where it was is anybody who was a patient, they either usually had HIV/AIDS or cancer. They would kind of take you in there, and there's like four floors, but the name of the floors where the meat was floor was Mexican, the other floor was California, referring to where it was grown. And of course, the best quality was the California medical grade. That was the most expensive stuff, and that's what I always got. I got an A to the triple A medical grade weed, and then I got an A to the B Mexican, which is the lowest grade Mexican grown, which was cheaper, you know. Really, I don't know. All I did was blow at that. I mean, that's the thing is, this is not consistent. There are other times when I go out, I film the video, and there's no fan I felt when Trump was just gotten the guilty thing. And I did the playback on it. Now, I don't know if I even posted this, but I did the playback of my footage. And I'll agree with you. I'm going like this on this computer. The speakers are underneath. Okay, I mean, okay, you could see because of the mirror. Um, I wish you could see where my hands were. Here, okay. Maybe you could see. See my hands? Here, the speakers are here and here on the computer. So now you see how I film? I carry around a laptop like this. This is how I do it. These are, I have no idea what these plants are. There's also some clover in it, but I love the shape of these leaves. And they have these tiny little orchid looking flowers. You see if I can. Oh, want this computer to slip out of my one hand. It's braced on my left shoulder also, but and pretty much what's growing in one is growing in everything. Coffee carafe, I have to be careful because there's no drainage at all. It's just a used coffee carafe that I found on the street, and I thought it's always good to have extra coffee carafes because in our family we have bad luck with coffee makers, and somebody ends up dropping and breaking carafe. A lot of times it's my mom. I'm not the only screw up in my family. Oh, Oklahoma is a medical state. Um, One of my strongest memories of Oklahoma going through the Will Rogers and the Turnpike when I was driving my car across the country. And just outside of Oklahoma City, there was a real driving rainstorm. The rain was coming on across my windshield so hard it was like God was dumping buckets in it. And I pulled over, put my blinkers on, um, as I guess anybody would do. But creeping Charlie, oh yeah, yeah. Oh, there's some flowers down here. They look so much whiter indoors. Outside, they're a purple color. Oh, look. See how long far down that is? See, creeping Charlie. Hi. It's pretty. Trying to get right. It's so hard to get this where you could see it. I want to give a close up of the flower. You could tell the clovers because, well, and they have a couple hours later when the storm had passed. There's a knock on my door on my windshield, and I had actually dozed off for a bit. And here was a county mountie with their hat that looked like Enos from and it was one of very few times in my Dodge Daytona Turbo Z with only 13 days licensed driving experience. So I was brand new to driving, and uh, it was going through the state of Missouri where I learned how to keep an even uh, pressure on the foot pedal on the gas. And I found that it was better for me to drive to classical music and not so much to heavy metal. And you know what? I would still probably, if I could, drive to classical music because I think it would be safer. And as far as keeping a steady speed, now, of course, we're allowed to go faster. Now, I kind of miss the time when the speed limit was 55 miles an hour. I mean, maybe it sucks when you're on big stretches of flat road like in Texas and stuff. But you know what? The faster you go, like say you're going 85 miles an hour, you triple your gas consumption. Okay. I told the story about my very fast experience going from Hollywood to San Francisco, and I went between 105 and 115 miles an hour. I'm not proud I did this, but I did do it. And fortunately, everybody was safe. I had, the crystals I showed you a couple hours ago. Me and my two roommates at the time, we each held quartz crystal in our hand, and we concentrated on two things: no police and no accidents. We got there in under 4.5 hours, and I will never, ever do that again. This was a couple weeks after the earthquake that interrupted the World Series in 87. If you remember that, the earthquake was on October 17th of 1987, or 88. I think it was 87. But anyway, it interrupted the World Series, and it caused so much damage that part of the one of the bridges, the Oakland Bay Bridge, it is a double-decker bridge, one level pancaked onto another, and people that were on the bridge in their cars at the time were squashed to death. There at this interrupted the World Series. They had to close the BART subway system. Uh, it was an interesting time. And about 2 weeks after that is when I drove from Los Angeles to there. Oh, that's disgusting. Somebody would do something like that. Oh my God. That's there is right and wrong in the world. Anybody that would knowingly or even jokingly do things to risk the public safety. Nobody's on the road all by themselves. There's people. It's bad enough you got to worry about people going wrong way on a one-way street, or going the wrong way. That's a terrifying thing. Is anybody old enough to remember a folk singer-songwriter by the name of Harry Chapin? He had a couple hits on radio, Cats and Cradles. He was, I guess, arguably one of our national treasures. And he was driving in desert near Las Vegas, and some 17-year-old drunk driver kid hit him head on. I don't know if the kid was going the wrong way or what, but in a flash, he could kill somebody. The kid, I'm sure, is dead, and one of our greats is dead. There have been so many times when people, through an act of irresponsibility, have killed innocent people or sometimes whole families in a car. It's disgusting. That's why I am so nervous about the concept of drunk driving and texting and driving. Now to contemplate getting on the road again when I haven't been in a car since before 9/11, and certainly the idea of having a bus and driving a big vehicle when all I've driven is a sports car. But you got to worry about people being distracted by a cell phone now. And if they're looking at screens, and there are some vehicles that have screens on them. Okay, I've seen the GPS thing, and it just has like a map direction thing, and sometimes it flashes the song being played on the radio. But some of them have other kind of screens, and I just, people looking in their lap, and again, every second that, depending on your speed, every second that you're not looking at the road, that could be 300 feet a lot can happen in 300 feet. People can veer in from another lane or something horrific can happen. And what about these lanes where these highways where it's 6 lanes each way? I remember first time, well, when I was crossing the country and I went through the St. Louis, Missouri interchange. And that is a big interchange of a bunch of highways and stuff. And wow, I never, as a Jersey girl, I'd never seen so many lanes of highway before. But I had a AAA membership, and they give you real good maps, and that was I felt that I was very well prepared because I had physical maps, and I'm good with maps. And there is a generation or two of people now who are not used to maps, and they're spoiled by GPS that they have in their cars, and GPS can be wrong sometimes. But you can have an outdated map too. Like I have a Los Angeles street map from AAA from 1988, and it was kind of falling apart. But I had it taped to my bedroom door for quite a while. But then I took it off so that I could actually have it to have it. You know what kind of map I wish I had right now that I don't have to dig for? I wish I had a good Philadelphia street map. I know I could just go and look at things online, but it's not as satisfying as having a map in my hand and really, because there are so many unknowns about this rally, and I wanted to be camping out and stuff. And I'm thinking, first I was thinking I don't like being cold at night, and it's always going to be cold at night. But then I'm looking at the weather thing, and if anything, it's going to be really, really, really hot. Uh, okay, I'm reading your comment. Shine like a diamond says, I want to be spoiled. Well, if I think about my life, in some ways, if I'm really thinking about this gratitude journey, the fact that I was born in America, maybe I'm spoiled a little bit. The fact that I was incarnated in this time in the life of the world, of the human race, in the American culture, in the era that I'm living in, where I've gotten to see so many interesting things happen in the world and in medicine and in pop culture and from like the stuff, the astral, the NASA stuff, all the space shuttles and the man on the moon stuff, and all that used to just be science fiction stuff. Um, the artificial intelligence stuff, the being able to have prosthetics for arms and legs when people are hurt in combat. Okay, my mother wants me to fry the fish. I was about to go in there and fry the fish. I didn't forget about you. She's laughing at me.
Fish. Now it's 9 o'clock. So it's 10:30. So
It's at the 2 hour, 30 minute mark on my live stream. I'm still live. You know that, right? I was just about to show Garfield, but I found out what that plant is.
Okay.
Creeping Charlie.
So creepy. Yeah.
And Garfield's in the front room. She likes it on top of the coffee maker. Of course it is. And I'm about to have a fish fry. Okay. All right, let's have a fish fry. Do you see how much cleaner this kitchen is now? Of course, it's a little messy now. But fish fry time. It's a fishies. This is how I thought them up. So, okay. And you know what? I have two different sizes cast iron skillets. I'm so glad he didn't throw them out. He was on a jag where he was throwing out so many things just to clean things up for code enforcement, right? And he did a great job. He really did. But occasionally things were thrown out that we didn't want to be thrown out. But he did throw out the cast iron. This is something I want to have for the rest of my life. Okay. It's cast iron. If you had to, you could use it to self defense, but no, you have to build your muscle strength because this is heavy. This is what the back says. If you're into your cast iron, got this size. I got to clean this. I had a couple of eggs last night. I was so hungry. I didn't eat until late last night. I was ever been too busy to eat, and there's nothing you really want, and you don't want to just shove junk in you. And since I still feel kind of yucky because I put on 15 pounds this year because of eating so much junk, so sometimes you're thinking, you know what, I'm not going to eat until I'm absolutely starving. But that can be dangerous because then sometimes you don't almost put something good in you. But I'm going to do a fish fry, and that's solid protein. So uh, I can use those skillets, or I could use this. But you know what? I got to dump the mice turds out. And now I've got to wash the mice turd. You know what I find makes good uh, things to wash dishes with? Cut up the tops of socks and also white Dutchies. Dutchies means tidy whities, underwear, cotton. And they make really good things for washing dishes. If any of you guys use machines, don't talk to me. If you have air conditioning, don't talk to me. You rich folk never had air conditioning. I had friends offer me units. And they put the kibosh on it. They said, no, it raises the electricity way too much. If they included the electric in here, oh man. They got next door, they got air conditioning. But the other half of that building is just a squat used by junkies. Occasionally, the owner shows up and they chase people out of there. Sometimes people don't want to leave. It's like, man. Usually the cops complain and they say that people aren't doing a good enough job of trying to discourage people. But what are you supposed to do? You can't act like some kind of snitch or something when there's people that are associating with people that are selling the stuff that they're doing. You know, you've got gangs and gang type people and junkies and all kinds of people loitering around together, and you can't act in an adversarial way with that. You seem like you're snitching. You can't take that kind of risk on it. This is the hood. Oh, hey, getting back to oh shit. Lauren, if that artist does come back, you know what? One thing I'm terrified is going to happen. I'm afraid she's going to paint that German Shepherd on the wall. It's bad enough the cat, when they installed the fence, some idiot put the hinge for the gate right over her face. I was going to thank the girl for including the cat on the mural. Girl's name is Sherry, the artist, but I think she lives around Philly or something. I don't know. But whenever it is that she comes here, I don't think there's even a 1% chance I'm going to get to meet her. And it's kind of okay because I am going to be concerning myself with other places and other things. I have a life. There's a whole lot more to my life than even the significance of that garden. I'm sure there's other gardens around for that matter. I mean, they're just, you know, and there are some other people with that crowd. It was just too crazy sometimes. Too, like one of the workers there, he was just a real drunk, and he would get kind of obnoxious when he was drunk, and he would make these passes and stuff. And I knew his wife, that she was still alive, and he doesn't respect her memory. I know it's been about 12 years since the lady passed away, but still, it's like my mom. Okay, my dad died, 18 years ago. My mother's not out looking for another fella. You know, I don't understand how people seem so quick to get over a spouse, especially when they were helping to take care of them and they were visiting them in a nursing home. And you go through that with somebody who you love for decades. I don't understand how you. Yeah. You know what? This light sucks. I think I'm going to try something. I think I'm going to bring that light from my room in here because there's no light on me and I got to do something about it. Or even get the ring light or something. But one of the things on the tripod on my ring light is, yeah, fish ready at midnight, Mom. Thank you. Why she puts up with me, I don't know. But then again, I'm giving up the best years of my life for her, so sure. Let me get to the light. You made my mother laugh. Of course, she's gonna kill me now. Say hello. We're trying to sell my mother's Garfield collection. Does anybody want to buy a bunch of Garfield memorabilia? What kind of Garfield stuff are you selling? Can I talk about it? Anything they might be interested in? Want to talk about? Okay. Well, anyway. All right, let me do the fish. I finally had to clean the mouse turds out of the skillet. Okay, I'll get cooking. Yeah. Oh, that was my mom. See, I was not raised by wolves. I was not a test tube baby. I really did come from a mother and a father. But let me get a light. Okay, I've got a little problem here. See, I got this. I've never been able to align this. How hard could it be to align? Stupid. I mean, unless something is broken, and I don't think anything was. Okay, good enough, right? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now, this is, in case you're curious, this is how I do my laundry. These are big bins like you might make a Caesar salad out of. And it's heavy because it's full of soapy water. And I wash clothes by hand. And it's a lot of fun. Ugh. Uh, woo. Let there be light. Let me know if I start looking any better to you. I don't know if that's anything. Is that- Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let this dry. On fire. I will do this for a very brief amount of time though, because it's actually got some non-stick coating on it. Yeah, I don't really love doing this hand laundry. Oh, now my battery saver's on. I'm gonna have to plug this in too. But get my cord. This on. Yeah, these bricks, they always cause an imbalance. Well, okay. Well, this is. There. Okay. All right. 19% available plugged in. Okay. Maybe I should adjust the color temperature on this. This is too much. Um, but I don't know what the difference is. Oh, each of these are okay. So I wish this would follow my face when I. Oh, now the thing fell down. Um, but maybe. Ah! If I weigh this down to something like this. I'll show you what this looks like. This is how the sausage. Oh, okay, this is done. All right, I'm gonna pour in some oil. Oh, I'm gonna get my scissors. Oh, I really wouldn't recommend what I did, by the way, because it can promote fast bacterial growth. You're honestly supposed to take a frozen fish item and you're supposed to defrost it in the refrigerator and do it slowly. And since they're small fish, that wouldn't take any time. I, however, did the very dangerous thing and I put it in a tray on top of my coffee maker. It's hard. So I would never do that with piles of ground beef or pork or anything like that. And raw chicken, especially, you don't want to fuck around with. One mistake I see a lot of people do in the kitchen is, and they have it sometimes in recipes, it says to do this, say rinse something off when you get it. You know how bad that is? Because say I had a big raw chicken and I'm rinsing it, then the water is going to splash, spread all kinds of raw chicken germs throughout the sink, all around, it'll splash up. You spread so many germs that way. You know how many people get sick handling raw poultry? That's why they have real strict uh, uh, things about handling of fresh meat in the packaging. You know, take it seriously. And the stuff about leaving food out in foodborne illness, take it seriously. I've never got food poisoning before, but my mom has, and she just thinks it's the worst damn thing. Okay, you see these? These are pouch of perch. And you see now, this is what the directions say, which is not what I did. You'll find if you've been watching my channel for a while, I break a lot of rules, but still alive. So, but disclaimer: might not want to do this at home, or let your kids copy what I'm doing, because I'm a grown up and I made choices. Okay, since was preheated, I'm gonna go ahead and see. I'm afraid if I turn the fire on and I'm starting to cut these things, there's going to be too much time with the fire on unattended, and I'm gonna risk some burning. So I would kind of just as soon plop a bunch of them in and turn the fire on. Or I could actually open up the seals on a bunch of them. That's something I can do, and just have them. See, that didn't even open up. These are sealed very well. I don't want to waste any of the juices that come out. Even though the fact that I'm frying, that's going to mean a lot of them are just going to stick to the frying pan. That's what I'll do. I'll cut things and I'll have them like this. And you know what? I'll get something that'll be a stand-up thing for them. This is my idea. If I start cutting them up, and I'll stand them up in this. Yes. I'm gonna so you can actually see what I'm doing. I have this balanced on a rice cooker, by the way. Okay, in succession, I'm gonna cut a bunch of these fishes and balance them in this cut. Make sure that they're open so that when I'm ready to put the fire on, oops, I just splashed fish juice in my eye. You know, there's actually some things that can be transmitted into your eyes, believe it or not. Like cats can get a form of herpes in their eyes. Okay, this open. This. Yeah, can you imagine if I put the fire on already? So you like my mom? See, I'm glad she didn't get mad at me this time. So many times she gets so mad at me for putting her on. But the thing is, if she would agree to make appearances now and then, that would be one thing. And now she makes so many excuses, like her hair is gray and hasn't been dyed in a while. It hasn't had a haircut in a while. The place is a mess. This, that, whatever. I mean, I can understand if all she's wearing is her underwear, then sure, nobody wants to be um exploited or shown when you're in a vulnerable way or indecently exposed or anything like that. I got that. And like I know how I would feel if somebody was filming me and I wasn't dressed nice and I didn't have makeup on, I would be pissed off too. So I'm trying to see things from her point of view. But I think she should see things from my point of view, that she's my mother, and people love to see people's parents. People love to see old people. People love to see situations where you're doting on a parent, because there's a lot of people, I'm sure, that wish they still had theirs. And I know when I see things about Father's Day and about fathers and stuff, it makes me miss my father. Oh, boy. I gotta clean these real good after this. Good thing I'm pretty fit because a lot of people wouldn't feel comfortable doing squats for extended periods of time. And comfort's not the point. It's I'm trying to stay in frame and oh, I don't want to waste any of this fish juice. But when I bake it, a lot of it gets stuck in the grooves in the pans that I use in my toaster oven. Oh, I got more fish juice in my eye. And I guess this was sealed using one of those machines that really, man. I'm not trying to rob old buoyant foot knock. I'm just trying to open up some fish, man. All right. Now is the time to. Oh, I smell like fish. Oh, okay. I'm fine. Oh, we have company now. Come here. Come here. Who's here? Look over here. Oh, who's here? Oh my goodness. Look who's here. Oh, look who's here, my Garfield. My Garfield. Oh, uh-oh. You see fish? What's that? What is that? Oh. Yeah, tell my mom that, man. I could have been out someplace where I could have met somebody, got married, had kids, did the whole picket fence thing, but no. 9/11 hadn't happened. 9/11 happened. Boom, interrupted everything. Anybody in LA doing any showbiz stuff, guess what? You know the old joke, you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. You want to see, even though it's hot and sweaty and stuff, you want to see what the hair really looks like. Take it down. But anyway, I use Easter egg wire, the wire from the Easter egg die kits, and you can coil that, twist it, and you can use it to tie up your hair. I got the rock star shit going. You see the real me, people? Aside from all the fact that I need to do my roots desperately and my braids are so dreaded up this fucking front, and I know it looks kind of fucked up, but I think it looks kind of cool fucked up. Oh, but kept on dyeing it in pieces, but I need to feels bouncy and fluffy and kind of dready, kind of. And I lost beads in 2 more braids. And now that I have I can still get the after braided look even when the braids aren't in. But I really do want to um, get my roots bleached. Okay, I haven't talked with my mother. I didn't want to blow my nose for you. By the way, I break blood vessels in my nose a lot. When I blow my nose, sometimes blood shoots out and stuff, but it's not an old cocaine thing because I didn't do enough to have damage. I mean, I knew somebody that had to get his nose worked on and stuff. But anyway, my mother expressed concern that since we no longer have spatterspine, if I include all the juices when I fry, there's going to be a problem. And so that's a point. So I'm thinking the less oil I have, the better with that. So here's what I'm going to do. Since this is clean, I'm going to put some of this back. Okay. See, it seems to me that the less oil, the less it's going to splatter, right? And of course, I'm going to take this away from the stove. Now, here's what I'm going to do. Here's the fishes. See, much less oil. Okay. Now, I guess there is going to be some. I'm going to back the fuck away. Now, I'm not doing this naked. Anybody ever try frying anything naked? Tiger from Delaware, hello. You get about to join a fish fry. Perch. That's gonna heat up. So. Garfield, excuse me. Garfield says hello. He's an indoor kitty now. What? Look up. Garfield's never going to be outside ever again. Yeah, he is shrink wrapped so much. How are you supposed to open these things up with the fucking jaws of life? Incredible Hulk. Arrgh. And she just whooped because she had a mouse jump in. Was that a mouse? Let me see. Okay, 49% available plugged in. I'm gonna try some. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, there went the right. Okay. Okay. Well, actually, it didn't totally break. This just came off. But here, I'm gonna hold the plug on this for a minute. All right. So this can cool off. So I can put this back on. Okay. You know what? This can't be too important right now. He's fishing. All right. Welcome to my trumpet fish fry. Think you're gonna get some of this, Garfield? I wasted it. I'm not. Not just that. Oh, yes. I guess I'll be proud in the pan tonight. You know what? I'd even undercook this because I like sushi, but considering all the bacterial growth that happened when I thawed it warm, probably wouldn't be a good idea. But it doesn't smell bad though. Only once or twice did I have defrosted fish that defrosted too long and it actually smelled bad. Obviously, I didn't eat it. I don't even think I would give that uh, that meat to a cat or dog. They say if it's not safe enough for a human to eat, you shouldn't give it to your pets because why are you gonna take chances with their health, right? Hold on. Yay! All right. Oh, you guys still hear me okay? I am so happy that I got some audio. When I'm on the Kim Commando radio show on the 25th of June, and I told you the times, I will definitely ask her about this audio thing. Well, why sometimes you guys can't hear my videos, other times you can, and how to back up my channel. So, she has a reputation. Thank you. She has a reputation for really knowing all kinds of technology stuff. She knows about cell phones, she knows about computers, just so many things. So, and people like that, they have shows that are coast to coast. She has over 420 radio stations carrying her. And she has good sponsors, and I just think she's a really great person. Thank you. Bar girl, hey, these are actually shorts, and this is what I was gonna wear to Philadelphia. And I'm not totally giving up on that. I was too late in going to some place today where I could have possibly run into a friend of mine who was supposed to take me to January 6th. And he was going to take me in his truck and everything. And he's a real big trucker guy. Unfortunately, I don't have a cell phone number if he even still has a number right now. But since I didn't see him today, I will, next time I would know for sure that I would run into him would be too late. It would be Sunday night around dinner time. There's a place I know he's going to be. I am going to wash up this. If I see my mom again, you should tell her nothing is spitting. I mean, really, would my computer be this close to something if he was spitting a bunch of grease? I mean, I was born in the morning, but not this morning. I love my mom, but sometimes I think she thinks I'm stupid. But of course, these are all at all different levels of done this because I put them on at different times. Oh, you can tell by what it looks like underneath. But they always curl up when you have them on yours. I wish you could smell this. I don't want to drip. I should use on my computer. Mm. Thought of almost for a minute. I almost thought doing up and showing him that, but I don't want to introduce him to the stove. Even though with his arthritis, I can't imagine him getting up here. But Cassie would do that sometimes. I'm going to show you a view if you can see anything. You know what? Maybe I need to. Let me turn the light out. See if you can see out the window. See the fire? We got a bonfire outside. Yeah, I mean, especially when we've already had 4 years with the man. If he was going to do some kind of overthrow, whatever, take over the world, refuse to admit that he didn't win, I mean, he would have done it. There was a peaceful transition of power. Nobody, I don't know anybody that believes that Biden isn't at least legally considered the president. And plus, I remember when George W. Bush got elected, especially his second term, because his first term was, before 9/11, I didn't care for him. I was pissed off that a Republican won because I was still a retard then. But 9/11 happened, as we all know, and we saw just how strong leadership George W. Bush had and how he wanted to sock it to the terrorists. And, you know, we've already experienced 4 years of Trump. We saw how good he was for the economy. We saw how good he was for the border. We saw how most people's lives tended to be better, certainly than under this administration, and if not for things beyond anybody's control, like COVID, you know. And people forget that Trump fast tracked the vaccine that people love to hate, regardless of what your views are in the vaccine. And I got it because with the information I had at the time, I thought it was the right thing to do. That's something that I think we have to be very careful about how we talk about that on YouTube. So I'll leave it at that. But I wonder if we're allowed to be more critical now that some truths have come out. Fauci got to come on my channel. I don't know what I'd say to him, honestly, because I don't have it in my heart to put somebody on the spot or do a gotcha thing. I think that's obnoxious and rude to do to somebody, even if there's somebody who's a political or whatever adversary, to trick them or to be mean or make them think that you're friendly and all of a sudden trick them with a question or something or a statement. I just don't think it's right. Unless it's somebody who ate 100 cats and is doing some real terrible thing, you're catching a predator. But I mean a real predator, not somebody being falsely accused of something that happened 12 years ago. Nothing. Okay, I'm gonna turn the light on. See the fish. And I want you to see cat, Garfield. Got all this recycling here. Got all, three different things recycling, and the lot that has the big recycling things and the dumpster that's just for recycling is locked. It's padlocked and it's got the chain link fence, so I can't take the trash, the recycling out. And the trash, well, I'll take that out after dinner. Uh, now, I'm gonna oil on it. Now, I am going to do a final splash of oil just because I can, you know. Not gonna kill us. Oh, ooh, that's what numbers. I'm frisking a little bit to stretch that out. It's got to get a good wash. I know there's germs here. I'm going to definitely allow this to come to a rolling boil and solidify because there has been bacterial growth because that has been sitting at room temperature for like a couple hours. My apartment has floors that are warped, and the stove, everything slopes down this way, even though it has a couple of pieces of wood trying to make it straight. But things are never level on the stove. That's one thing that really sucks. Because I splashed that stuff on the top of this, I'm gonna have to turn things again. Really gotta be safe. I'm gonna bring that container and the soda. I'm gonna get some more soda. I realize there's another mouthful. Well, I like to add about a half a capful of lemon when I drink Coca-Cola. Missing you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is shorts. I just got them last year. I always wanted flag type shorts. This just got this shirt last week, and I thought it was really cute. And I like that it actually fits. This is fish. And look who's here, Garfield. He's not a street cat anymore. He's never gonna have to be on the street. I don't even think he used to come to the door. There's like two doors to get out of here, and one of them is like just a screen door. And, well, it's part of the screen and part of it's solid, but it's to keep you from going all the way down the steps. You have to go to the store first, and it keeps cats from running outside. But he goes near the entrance like he wants to be let out. But now that he has a litter box, there's no need for him to be going and doing these things. He doesn't need to be outside. And now with this heat wave that we're having, can you imagine that a cat like him gets thirsty and nobody has any water out for him, or if they do, the water has evaporated or it's got dirt debris in it? Or what if some bad person poisoned what if some bad person you know, cats on the street are vulnerable to these things. Because he's between 10 and 17 years old. You know, so he's better off indoors. Nobody can bother to take him in when we were having, it was really cold and rainy and snowy and all that stuff. Shame on these people. And people who's right, and there's people who, and I didn't make any announcement about it because I didn't want to get anybody giving the argument. Because there's probably a few people who would not think I had the right to do that. But they don't watch my channel anyway. And if they come up to me sometimes saying they haven't seen Garfield in a while, I don't think I'll admit that I keep them in forever because I don't want somebody to try to say they had claim on it. Because like I said, where were they all this time? And I got tired of being made to feel like I was trespassing every time I went on somebody's front porch to pick him off the porch, you know? Oh. And wonder if I can still get to see Trump in Philly tomorrow. You know, let me say I feed my mom, right? Say I take the bus and I could go there, and then I have to get from the Greyhound station to I think it's called Leathur Center. Let me see. I wrote down the stuff. I can't even find where I wrote it down. Trump was advertising it on Facebook, and I put the link, and it gave the venue options, and you have to, after you get out of the Greyhound terminal, you have to take either a subway or a bus. Oh, did I put the information in? I did only pencil it in when I'm not certain about things. I use a pencil because it's easier to do that than to cross out an entry. Okay, it looks like the fish is done. Uh, do you think it would make a difference if I actually used a real? Or do you think I was doing this to get away? I mean, real use good. Once you cut open a lemon, you got to use it, right? So, no, it's better not to look while it's fire. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this in, show my mom. You know what? I think I can carry this and the skillet in the same hand. You want to try? Want to tag along while I show you the fish tomorrow? Okay. Come with me. Oh, please don't drop the fish or the computer. Oh, okay. Want you to take a look at this. Take a look at the fish. Don't burn yourself.
Looks like
I'm going to plate it. I'm going to add some lemon to it. Cocktail sauce. Okay, don't you want to save that for the shrimp? Whatever, I don't care. Now she's saying there's cocktail sauce in your fridge. And I said, don't you want to save that for the shrimp? And she gave me that dirty look that moms give. Seriously. Some, let me show you. I was telling you about, I can't find. Oh, this is what she was talking about, this stuff. Oh, this is good. This has horseradish in it. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is good stuff. I think a little goes a long way, though. You see how the fish shrunk up? Really, real cute. Like, have you heard of all kinds of stuff about pineapples? Pineapple symbol can be used to help a kid that's shy or autistic be able to make friends more. Pineapples have an energy that seems to say, let's be friends. 83. Not but now pineapples have another connotation. Supposedly, if you see an upside down pineapple, it means the people are swingers. But I don't know. That's something I heard from people who take cruise ships and stuff. And I've never even been on a cruise. But anyway, I'm going to plate this up. And this is really um and I learned about them too when I was watching videos about the villages in Florida. It's like in some aspects it seems like it's a cool lifestyle or a cool. I don't mean the swing thing. I mean the villages. Let me be clear. But the whole idea that you can't have guests for more than like 30 days, and what if your social life can just include people in that age bracket? What if you were cougar and you liked some younger uh, people? You know, they would probably not feel as welcome in that place because of the demographics. And yet there's people that are the demographic and look at, and there's people that are the demographic and are able to afford not look at. Like, okay, take Jane Fonda, for instance. She's what, 78, 80, 82, I don't know. I'm not talking about her politics. I'm not talking about Hanoi Jane. I'm not talking about all that stuff she did during the Vietnam War. I'm talking about just her view, her beauty, her face, her hair, what she wears, how she looks when she's not talking about political things. Her face, her hair, her youthful look, her body. She looks amazing. She looks like she's not even 50. She looks like she's maybe in her 30s. She looks like a goddess. She's beautiful. She's not poor either. But look at her. I want to be able to look at her. Okay? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you know, the stuff that gets stuck on here, I could always deglaze the pan with water and use it for ramen noodles or something. I think I should do this for a cat. But let me add some water to this pot. Then when it cools off, I can put it in a container and put it in the freezer. And I could save it for when I actually have use for fish stock. That's what I have just made. Okay, she's got her thing. Time to add some lemon to it. It is. The fish are the plastic said perch. So tiny little things, but they don't take any time at all to thaw out. It was thawed faster than I had them. I had them in the middle pan on top of this, and went about my day doing things. And then when I decided to start doing this, I kind of got distracted because once I go on film, like right now, it's 3 hours, 34 minutes and 44 seconds, 45 and on that I've been streaming. Okay. So for anybody that's watching this as a replay and you watch it from the beginning and you're still watching, thank you for your patience. I never know. A lot of times, okay, let me preface this. A lot of times I don't know where a live stream is going to go. I have an idea of a few things I want to talk about, but inevitably somebody will ask me a question or something will happen or somebody will be hungry and want food. And now it is 11:41 p.m. So when you said, "Hey, mom, you want to have the dinner at midnight?" You weren't lying. Okay, I'm gonna. You know what? Can you wait with me? Wait for me while I go and bring this into my mom. I'm gonna see if she has any forks in there. Oh, oh, hey, I want you to see something that I thought was pretty clever when I do my dishes. And I don't like to taste the feel or taste the metal in my mouth, so I use plastic. But this is how I dry them. I stuck them in this that I had washed, and I balanced this on a clean serving spoon that I have. I have a couple of one's a Stein, like that Pittsburgh Pirates thing that I drank the soda out of, and another is I have a couple of mugs. They have serving spoons and different things I have over there. And anyway, this was balanced on there as a way to have a safe place for these to air dry. And then when they're completely dry, I put them in here and can't get dirty. Oh, you want to see the last thing I'll ever get to harvest from the garden? That's it. That lavender here. And I have Mitt here. And my sinuses are so backed up. I'm afraid if I blow my nose on camera, a bunch of blood will spurt out. You guys will think I'm having something happen. So I won't do that. Oh, wow, only a little bit of blood. My sinuses. Okay. Oh, she needs worse. Eat without. I'm so sweaty. Very hot. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna bring this in, and I'll be like right back. So hand it to my mom. She says, "This she's 2 spoons." Which, by the way, I have both of them, Mom. So she says, "I take it we're sharing this." And I says, "Well, that's all there is." I mean, there is some. Yeah, mint's really great. Mint, you stick it in the ground, if it's not in a pot or something, it'll totally take over. But and it keeps on coming back. I love that about fish. I mean, about mint. Yeah, fish keeps coming back. Wish that was true. You know how rare it is that, that I get fresh fish? Usually I get like tuna, and I love tuna in oil. Oh, I love tuna in oil. What she could do is get mad at me. Right, Garfield? Eating all my fish, damn it. Mom, you go see your head. Also, well, oh, here, all I know. They were wrong. It's 1/4 of 12. A quarter. Sure, and let them know. Oh, my mother says you were wrong. It's 1/4 to 12. Oh, Valiant 4, why did you retract your message? I didn't even get to read it. Oh, Bargo, she's going salmon fishing next weekend. I think you're a pureblood, no arm ticket. Another part of the reason why I got the jab is because with the science we had at the time, I wanted to protect her. Because actually, when they first instituted the vaccine, they had a system where the older people and the most vulnerable people were issued it first. And she was in line, obviously, before I was. But I think, Mom, who got the ticket first? You got it first. You were the first one. Okay, I was the first one in my family. And then he got it, and then you got it. Time. I was like, find a place close by. What's the place close by? You can't just go and walk 25 blocks or whatever, especially with when she's got a walker and huffing and puffing. Because that was before she found out she's a new man. Yeah, we had a real big thing at the convention center, and they called it a super center. They had National Guard people and all these military people helping administer the vaccine. And all these impossibly young people and some of the fancy face masks and stuff. And I thought when I got mine, I thought I felt so very proud, and I felt that this was my part. I felt that I was protecting my neighbors and my friends and my enemies and my community, and I felt that I was protecting her. The only reason why I didn't go January 6th is because I had protected.
So bad.
Oh, perch. And my mother just said perch is a good way to fish.
So that's for you.
The battery saver just came on, just so you guys know. I'm down to, I don't know what.
Only thing involved in the green that most of us are oil extract and grain is one of the most powerful methods. Only change and it's full.
He said to try. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Research.
Okay.
Dicumenting due to inflammation, which affects so many of us. I had a lot of joint pains, and that's
In New York City,
I was worried. But
there were places where in order to get in the restaurants, you had to show your vaccine card,
for many years.
which at first I thought was a good idea. And you had to have a mask on, but you also had to show your photo ID. And so, because I don't have ID, I couldn't go anywhere. But you know, who the heck's going to go to New York when you live in Atlanta? So the bus fare keeps on going up. And now the crime between those nut jobs taking over the college campuses and the illegal aliens macheting cops to death and all the crazy stuff going on. What? Oh yeah, we didn't. My mother told me the nearest college campus here, a couple blocks away, Stockton University. We didn't hear about any stuff going on. He probably would have heard about it.
But they would have been here.
You know, of course, somebody could have had a parade on the boardwalk and I could have missed it. Who knows? Occasionally, once or twice, I saw pro-Palestinian marches that were just at the stage in front of the boardwalk hall. And there were just a few people with flags, and I stood the heck away from them.
Every chance, every time, one at a time. Oh no, or go to Omega XL Direct.com. Take advantage of our new offer. When you buy one bottle of Omega XL,
This is with that hot milk sauce.
I know that Mega XL works because it works with the
Order now to get the new
Water.
bottles of Omega XL plus vitamin C.
Never heard of it.
I don't remember, did I get from Dollar Tree or did I file it to other means?
Is someone who's reliable and skillful, inspired jobs and with top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, and you can connect you with a right pro for any home project.
So I can see hand looking good. Put this back on and charge it, okay? Mom says bye. Say bye-bye. See, she couldn't bitch this time. It wasn't like she was in her underwear or something. All right, Garfield. Okay, I'm gonna put this back on charger. Okay, now, see, it says battery status 17% plugged in. On the rocks. My back is getting worse, and when I walk too far, it starts bending down. Do you know what that'd be like? Your back? Oh, my mother. You're directing at my mother, right? She does when she walks. She She does. And she uses a fancy walker that has a chair built into it when she goes outside. This was the walker that she had before. Oh, and now it's stuck in that position. Fuck. Um, no, I don't mess with these things. What? Oh, okay, that's plugged in. Let me have another bite of that. This just fell on the floor. I'm gonna rinse it out, rinse it off so I can give. But keep in mind, you're not in your 80s, okay? What's up with my mother is she has heart failure. She had a stent in her heart. She has high blood pressure. She obviously is not a skinny woman. She is only getting like 30% of the oxygen that you're supposed to be getting when you take breaths of air. The oxygen goes into the bloodstream, and she's probably not able to take big, deep gulps of air like we're used to taking when you think about it. And she has shortness of breath. Recently, the doctors found out she had anemia. I think I told you the story, what happened, the reason why she was in the hospital for a week, for a couple months ago, when the cops jacked me up when I was playing my guitar and all that, was that she went in for a routine mammogram. And when she was there in radiology, she started getting dizzy and having shortness of breath. And they were concerned about what she looked like. And they recommended that she just go into the ER. And they saw her right away and they found out that she was anemic. And he put her on an IV iron and a whole bunch of things. And a week later, but she has a lot of pain issues. And like sometimes every day, I don't know if it's more than just arthritis, but see, when I say the word arthritis, I say it as if it's a trivial thing. And I don't mean to, but I just kind of accept that it's something that when the pains happen, it's kind of like, oh, hi, I'm here. Remember me? Don't forget about me, kind of thing. When I first started getting the pains that I now realize is arthritis, I thought it was an old dance injury because it was in my ankles. It was corresponding with sometimes when I had incidents that happened on stage, or I did a certain kind of move and I hit in a certain way, or I tried to keep my balance so I wouldn't fall off the stage. And I didn't fall off the stage, but I probably twisted myself. Anyway, I have some fish. I think a cat. I know, baby. I know, baby. You like that? You don't eat that? Mm. Mm. I know that's tacky. I don't act like this in a restaurant. I wasn't raised by wolves, but I also can't see the point of being pretentious in my own home. Just because I'm broadcasting it to the whole world doesn't mean I have to be full of shit, right? That's a good question. Let me ask her a couple questions about that. Okay, well, put that down. Okay. I had a talk with my mother. I even asked if she wanted to talk on camera, but of course she demurred. But she says, test yourself for calcium. Even though you're only 34, still they're finding out, they're testing women earlier and earlier. I've never been tested. And the thing is, I don't eat dairy products except for ice cream very occasionally. I hate cheese. I don't drink milk. I don't like creamy sauces. I don't like creams in general. So I eat, how I would get calcium would be from green leafy vegetables like spinach and broccoli. And I wonder if Brussels sprouts and collard greens also have calcium in them, but they're all wonderful, wonderful vegetables. No, I don't remember which one she ate from. I think she ate from the white one. Oh, well, but it bothered me that she would be hunched over more and more, and I would try to encourage her to straighten up. Um, I think now she finally doesn't get offended when I tell her or remind her or encourage her to try to straighten up, because I believe the doctor said that she could or she should, or I don't know. I can't really quote a conversation that I didn't witness. Well, I do know that this goes back to when she was a cashier at the Trump Taj Mahal. And when you're a cashier, I guess you have to carry this metal tray. It has money and stuff. And I've never worked the cash register in my life. I've always been intimidated by the thought of that because each one is different. And handling somebody else's money, I just always kind of creep me out a little bit, because not that I'm not honest, but it's just the whole idea that you have this responsibility, and what if somebody trips you up and steals it or whatever. And casinos where you're on camera all the time and you're under pressure because you got the casino control commission there, and you got security guards, and you got pit bosses, and you don't know the character of the general public and who actually is casing you out to try to rob you, and you don't know. There's a whole lot of things, but okay, Golden Dog Mom, your calcium are fine now. Used to be really low. But apparently, I noticed slightly, like when she started having symptoms of her heart disease, which is, by the way, the leading killer of women, supposedly. And then I think breast cancer may be the second. I don't know. And that's ovarian cancer, which is what killed her mother, my grandma. Then I mean, my grandma, I think she got that from using talcum powder down there. A lot of people, that was a thing. My mom used to do it. I even did it a few times. Then, we switched to cornstarch, and now I haven't touched any kind of powder in decades because I don't want to take any chances. No. I was the kind of girl that I was afraid to dump beer down myself because I didn't want to get a yeast infection. Okay, but at least that wouldn't kill you. Don't be ever putting powder, which makes me wonder what people do who wear latex pants. You have to use powder to take them on and off. Golden Dog Mom is the same thing as makeup with glitter? No, I didn't realize you were the same. Oh, okay. All right. Now I have some context. You like this? It's just, it was like $2.99 or something on Temu. I wonder if I was wrong by not going to Philly. Because I'm thinking, say I take my computer, right? I know how to use it, even though I never know if the sound's going to work or not. But, and say I'm walking around, I don't want to get bugged in Philadelphia. Okay. And once I get there, how do I know that I'm going to be able to reliably plug in? And during the camp out, I don't dare fall asleep because got electronics. Even though the Trumpers become like family and they hang out and look after each other, Has always been my experience. Even though once a friendship is established, it doesn't mean that you can't still have things go sour. But that's never been from friendships that were based on Trump. Those happened to friendships that already existed, but you just happen to find out they like Trump too. You know, it's so logical to love Trump. Half the homeless people even like him. A lot of these guys that are slinging drugs, these black guys that may or may not have gang affiliations, a lot of them like Trump, believe it or not, because they know that they were making money more easily when Trump was in office. Um, I think a lot of the Hispanic people here like Trump because they don't want a whole bunch of people flooding in, taking money from, taking jobs from them. And especially if they did come here legally and went through whatever the hoops, the hurdles to do that, and have a bunch of people just showing up, you know. Another thing that's been weighing on me and a lot of people is all this student loan forgiveness. And how it's just such a slap in the face to people who paid off their loans. Or what about all the people that went to a trade school instead of getting a 4-year degree? Now, arguably, there are some trades that are so important and those jobs will never go out of fashion, like plumbers. Who doesn't need a plumber? Electricians, construction. Those are jobs that we'll always have need for. And you go learn a trade, apprentice under somebody. Who is going to pay whatever cost you went to do that? But they're going to do this for people, some of whom may have useless degrees in gender studies or various ethnic studies, especially the things that are going on now that are the woke kind of things, that like the DEI stuff that is really losing corporations a lot of money. If I'm going to ride in an airplane, I want the most qualified pilots there. If I need a doctor, I need to go to the hospital. I don't care what your color you are, what your religion is. I just want you to be qualified. I want to know I'm safe, right? I want the most competent people to be hired for the positions, merit-based. They're saying now that merit-based hires is the new DEI, and I hope that's right. Because who the funk it? Don't you want the most qualified people for the job? If I want a firefighter who can deadlift a 200-pound man, carry him up and down a ladder, you're not going to hire me for the job because you know I can't do it. You want somebody who's big and strong and muscly, and 95% of the time it has to be genetic male. You want somebody who's qualified. If you have somebody who wants to be a lifeguard and they're not strong enough to swim 20 feet, especially not in the ocean, do you want to hire that person for your lifeguard to save your drowning child? I don't think so. Even if you want to have whatever the percentages of each ethnic group and each race and each sexual orientations and this and that, have whatever the percentages of the population, if you can even know some of these things, and say, okay, in my hiring, I want to make sure that the same percentages of all these different groups are represented in all the hires. There are many instances where, say, you're filling a job out in the middle of nowhere where you're not going to find a lot of these groups, and you're going to wait around. You can't get a production off the ground until you find, like, say, a non-binary Aleutian and Pacific Islander in the middle of Nebraska, for instance, to work on your farm. Oh, I just swallowed a bone. But yeah, this DEI stuff is making it hard for companies to do business, find people to hire. have people, or you'll have people that look good optically, but they don't score as high as other people on the tests. Again, this can be problematic if it's medical school doctors that are allowed to have lower test scores just because they fit certain demographics. That's scary. Plus, it's also what President George W. Bush said in his famous speech, soft bigotry of low expectations. That's definitely a form of racism. Assuming that somebody is less intelligent or less capable because of the color of their skin, that's an insult to all the very smart people of all races, of all nationalities, of all religions. Nobody deserves to be disparaged just because of who they are and how they are, And that's the beauty of civil rights. But when we give preferential treatment or we do things like affirmative action that ends up costing more qualified people their jobs, like what I remember happening to my father when I was a little girl, it all boils down to merit-based hires and fairness. And certainly you don't want to keep people down. But there are so many myths about modern American society. We do not have systemic racism in the United States. Doesn't mean there aren't pockets of racist people. Sadly, there are, but for the most part, this is not a racist country. As far as countries go, we are the most welcoming, the most diverse, the most people don't tend to trip out so much. I've never known anywhere to be so many interracial couples, for instances, so many things that's reflected in the advertising, though if anything else, I think it's exaggerating the advertising to not reflect reality. Things are exaggerated. But that's all in the name of representation for different groups. And I can kind of understand from their point of view that they want to be seen and they want to be heard. They want their lifestyles to be legitimized and they want their voices to be heard. I can understand that. I don't always see it from their point of view because when I don't see myself reflected in the media and stuff, it makes me feel bummed out. I'm thinking, where is it people look like me, the people that I can relate to? But then again, the people that I relate to might be more Gothic, more rock, more this niche kind of thing, that if I can relate to them, they might be 19 or something. I don't know. It's like, how far are we going to go to hope that we find people that we resonate with, that we feel some kind of kindred spirit with, or that we feel we can't all be on prime time, be there, be the face of $1 million, whatever, or be on TV replacing Walter Cronkite's latest blah blah blah. But I think people deserve to feel heard. That's a basic human need. And then if you have something valuable to say and to share, it's a great thing that the internet exists. Garfield, what did you think of the food? Fireworks. See, it's past midnight. Wow, 12:13 a.m. This has been going on 4 hours, 8 minutes, 3, 4, 5, and counting. It's not my personal best. I did an 8.5 hour live stream with my mom um day before Thanksgiving a couple years ago. And I did a 5.5 hour stream twice. A lot of the stuff is still stuck on there. I'm not gonna really boil it, 'cause I don't wanna burn it on more. I just wanna have this hot enough so it kills some germs. And then I'm gonna turn it off and let it soak and soften up so I can actually clean. But that's gonna be some fish stock. Oh, I forgot I'm plugged in. Okay, battery status 4% available plugged in. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. Okay, I just had a fish fry. This with perch fish I shared with my mom. Then I am deglazing the pan by putting water in it, and I'm soaking off the brown bits and the parts of the fish that are stuck to the pan. But I've got to I took the fire off, and I'm going to let the contents of the pan soften up so that it's easy to get it off the pan. Then I'll put the fire back on and I'll reduce it a little bit, and I'll make a fish stock, maybe add a little bit more water to it, boil it for like an hour or two. Even though the thought of boiling things in this sweaty, humid heat is not the most appealing thing in the world. It's just when you make fish, when you have all that stuff, why not have a stock? And one of the things I like to do is use an ice cube tray and pour cooled off fish stock or beef stock or chicken stock. Put it in ice cubes. Make individual ice cubes that you can put when it freezes. Put them in a Ziploc bag. Put them in the freezer. Our girl says, I'm saying goodnight. I have a road trip to go on tomorrow. I'm getting up early. It's been interesting and fun. Bye. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I enjoyed talking with you. And be safe on your trip. Okay. With that said, I'm going to put some of these things in sync, and I'm going to plug this back in. But I think I'm going to end this live stream because it is kind of getting late. But I want to show my Garfield to you one more time. Oh, look, I got a kitty. We got a kitty. Say goodbye. Say goodnight to the good people here. Say, oh, I'm so glad you got to see me and my big fluffy orange kitty. My big orange kitty. He's a good boy. You're a good boy. Why didn't you eat your fish? Wasn't good enough for you. You don't like the fishy? Well, okay. Have a good night. And I guess none of you people are anywhere near Atlantic City. They could give me a ride to see Trump tomorrow in Philadelphia at the Leathur Center. Gotta, I could get to the bus terminal, but then get into the center. And then, like I said, where would I stash? If I went by myself, I don't know where I would possibly stash this laptop to keep it from getting stolen, because security will not let me in there. And it's the only thing that I know how to use to film with. And I can't imagine going there and not creating content. I just, that's creating content is kind of part of my identity at this point. I want to share my adventures. But the reason why I didn't change out of these clothes today, because I thought that somebody would show up and I would get a ride and I would go there. It's 12:18 a.m. I've been doing this for 4 hours, 12 minutes, 52, 53, 54, 55, and counting. I will call it a night. You guys take care.